For centuries, a flat Earth was accepted as certainty.
My reality, my senses tell me that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
Strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
Unlike what we've been told in school, some flat earthers imagine the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere.
Firmament is described in the Bible's creation narrative. Then God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters."
Planet Earth. At some point during our short lives, all of us turn inwards and contemplate the nature of the Earth we inhabit. From childhood, we are taught about the Earth, the Sun, the Moon, and space. We learn about our solar system and the planets within it. We learn about the Milky Way and the infinite vastness of space. And we accept these teachings as fact and go about our busy daily lives. One day, I decided I wanted to know more about our world and universe. I wanted to know everything, so I started digging. But straight away, I started to bump into things that made me stop and think, here are a few of those things. Did you know that our spherical Earth is spinning in space at a rate of over 1,000 miles an hour? And that the Earth rotates the Sun at over 67,000 miles per hour, causing us to hurtle through the Milky Way galaxy at over 500,000 miles per hour? And all the while the Milky Way is expanding at the speed of light, zooming at roughly 670 million miles per hour. Mind-dazzling, isn't it? And yet not one single human on Earth can actually feel this motion. We can feel the motion on a roller coaster, a train, we get car sickness, and when we fall our entire body feels a rush, but we feel not one aspect of the Earth's daily journey through the cosmos. That's weird. We've all seen images of Earth from space. In 1972, NASA released the first whole image of Earth, as seen from space. Titled The Blue Marble, one can only feel amazement at its perfect spherical shape and feel the immense enormity of the silent nothingness that surrounds our blue marble. But did you know that the blue marble image and every subsequent image of the Earth released by NASA are composite images, developed by computers out of data and finalized in Photoshop? There are no whole images of the Earth as seen from space. Who would have thought? And then there's gravity. Einstein theorized that gravity exists due to the curvature of space that results from a massive object, and it is the force that keeps us all rooted to the Earth. What goes up must come down, and gravity is so strong that it has the power to keep all our oceans strictly bound to the Earth and the power to curve them over our spinning planet. But it is not strong enough, however, to keep the birds from gliding through the skies, to stop feathers floating in the air and balloons rising. I guess gravity's power is a selective one. As I looked into space and physics more, I had more and more questions. And I knew that somebody much smarter than me out there had the answers. But it wasn't just space that fascinated me. I wanted to learn about the biological and geographical nature of our world. And again, as I dived into learning, I found more weird things that puzzled me. It's basic biology that living cells consist primarily of hydrogen and carbon, and water consists primarily of oxygen and hydrogen. But biologists found the strangest of anomalies in the poles of the Earth that even puzzled Soviet biologists. They found an unnatural amount of water frozen in the ice and an unusually high percentage of carbon dioxide in the world's oceans. There is a lot of water, snow and ice on the Earth. Do you know what this anomaly tells us? It tells us of a great worldwide fire in the Earth's history that, biologists have suggested, carried away 99% of the world's biosphere. What really puzzles me is that figure, 99%. That means that everything alive on Earth is now 20,000 times less in volume, and the biochemical mass of all living things is much less than before this huge fire. Wait, what? What did living things look like before that fire? There's no doubt that we could benefit from extensive scientific study in our poles, but did you know that Antarctica is the only continent on Earth that actually belongs to nobody? In 1959, the nations of the world signed the UN treaty ensuring that no country has claim to Antarctica. The treaty prohibits and regulates all global activity on the continent. Wait, come again? Since when has any nation given up their drive to own and exploit any land on Earth? I kept researching, which just opened up question after question. Some things just didn't make sense to me, and it seemed that many pieces of the larger puzzle were missing or just unanswered. And then I stumbled on something so ridiculous and absurd, I did not know whether to laugh or become angry. Meet the Flat Earth Society, a group of like-minded individuals that hypothesize that the Earth is not actually a globe in a vast and evolving universe, but a flat and stationary plane. At first I thought it was a joke, or some kind of vigilant, religious and creationist denial of scientific advancement. Humanity lived in the dark ages for years, and we finally have objective, progressive science advancing our understanding of this great mystery, and flat earthers think it's okay to promote such anti-scientific theories. Nonetheless, I thought I'd check it out before dismissing it completely. In fact, I just wanted a good laugh and some entertainment to keep boredom at bay. But, you see, despite all my skepticism and desire to debunk and ridicule these flat earthers, what I found was nothing short of astonishing. I had finally found something that challenged my scientific understanding of the world, not just with theory, but also strong scientific evidence. I want to share this with you. Come with me, if you will, down this rabbit hole to discover whether our Earth is in fact a flat and stationary plane. I only ask one thing before we begin. Keep an open mind until the end of this series and question absolutely everything. I promise you this, at the end you will certainly agree that everything we have been told about our planet is not exactly what it seems. You may even find that your entire perspective on the world has changed, like mine has. And I warn you, this rabbit hole is deep and perhaps at times a little troubling, but we'll take it one step at a time. And hey, who knows, maybe we'll even get to meet Alice on her way to Wonderland. Follow me now to part 2 of What on Earth Happened. Here is a beautiful image of Alex Gleason's 1892 New Standard Map of the World that was on projection at Modern College in Blackheath, England. It states at the top of the map that it is scientifically and practically correct. The way Gleason's map significantly differs from standard maps of the world is in its representation of the poles. As you can see by comparison with a conventional world map, the primary difference in Gleason's map is that the North Pole is actually situated in the centre of the Earth, and upon first glance the South Pole, or what is known as Antarctica, appears to be missing. Upon closer inspection, however, you realise that Antarctica is indeed present and makes up the majority of landmass on the map. Antarctica in Gleason's map is an encompassing ice ring that covers the entire outer reaches of Earth. Gleason's map has become somewhat of a canonical historical document for flat earthers. Many often reposting the image on the internet and heralding it as solid proof that refutes the heliocentric model of the Earth. Or in other words, proving that the Earth is not a spinning globe in space, but a circular, flat and stationary plane. This was not enough proof for me, and while I gravitated towards the idea of a giant encompassing ice wall as a neat concept, I knew that we had a vast amount of evidence proving the existence of space, spherical planets, and entire sciences dedicated to solving the mathematical conundrums of physics. I mean, we landed on the moon for God's sake. Surely if the Earth was flat and stationary, then somebody would have realised by now.
The firmament is described in the Bible's creation narrative. Then God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." In Egyptian mythology, Nut is the goddess of the sky. She is seen star-covered, arching over the earth, representing its dome. In Greek mythology, Uranus was the primeval god of the sky. The Greeks imagined the sky as a solid dome of brass, whose edges descended to rest upon the outermost limits of the flat earth. Uranus was the literal sky, and Gaia the earth. In the Roman era, he was often depicted as Eon, god of eternal time, in the form of a man holding the zodiac wheel, standing above Gaia. The Hebrews believed the sky was a solid dome. They called this solid vault of heaven the Rakia, with the sun, moon, and stars beneath. In Indian mythology, the dome is called Brahmanda. This is the structure of the world according to Finnish mythology, showing a dome with the stars projected onto it. In the Aboriginal conception of the world, the earth was circular and flat, covered by the dome of the sky, which stretched out to the horizon. And there have been many ancient artifacts found which the mainstream has called stone handbags. But as you can see, there's no area to even carry anything. These were not handbags, they're artistic depictions of the dome here on flat Earth. So many ancient peoples knew about this dome and wove it into their worldview. The elite would have us believe that these are just made-up cosmologies, ignorant to understand reality. But there is no coincidence that the same description of a flat earth and dome is so common. These cultures around the world had special knowledge about the nature of this place we are living in. The dome is connected to catastrophes that have been recorded throughout the ages. What modern society calls myths and legends are in fact ancient history. And woven into various myths are descriptions of devastating celestial events. In ancient times, something very awful happened, the Great Flood, sometimes called the Deluge. It was so devastating and frightening that it remained in all of humanity's ancient written and oral traditions. It's possible that these stories over time have been transformed from true descriptions into mythology, where the celestial bodies are given names and human-like characteristics, and in this way, everything was hidden in plain sight. Almost every culture around the world has a great flood in the pages of their mythology, including the Incas, Mayans, Polynesians, Egyptians, Hopis, Aztecs, Germans, Greeks, Aboriginals, Indians, Vikings, Chinese, Sumerians, all around the world. Is this why the ancients were obsessed with tracking the movement of the stars? Were they trying to predict when another one of these catastrophes would happen? The foreign celestial body that caused destruction has been known as Typhon in the Roman Empire, Frightener in the Celtic nations, Shiva in India, and Angra Mainyu in the Persian Empire. Here we see the Milky Way's Great Rift. The definition of rift is a crack, split, or break in something. The Great Rift we see when we look at the sky is not a series of dust clouds like the liars at NASA would have us believe, but a literal crack in the dome. The Mayans called this the Dark Rift before any scientists had named it the Great Rift. The Bible refers to this crack as the windows of heaven. It was through these windows, through the Dark Rift, that the waters of the great floods fell. In Norse mythology, we find that at Ragnarok, the sky splits in two. From the split, the sons of Muspel ride forth. In the Babylonian creation epic, the sky is made from the body of Tiamat, the goddess of watery chaos. The god Marduk splits her like a shellfish into two parts, posting guards as to not let her waters escape. The Aboriginal people saw the Dark Rift as the area where a dangerous creature known as Yura lives. Among American Indians, the sky was also conceived of as a solid dome which would break in cycles. As Lucien Levy-Bruhl wrote, in North America in Indian belief, the earth is a circular disc, usually surrounded on all sides by water, and the sky is a solid concave hemisphere coming down at the horizon to the level of the earth. In Cherokee and other Indian myths, the sky is continually lifting up and coming down again to the earth, like the upper blade of a pair of scissors. Over the years, much evidence has come forth that a worldwide flood happened 5,000 to 7,000 years ago, the same time period many Christians point to as when the Great Flood occurred. A great flood coming from the sky would mean they could not impose a heliocentric worldview on us, since the dome and waters above obviously don't fit into a globe model. And simple weather patterns could never explain a worldwide flood. History is easily hidden when the general populace isn't writing it. There is a dome above us, and these floods come from the crack we see in the Dark Rift. The reality of the dome and cyclical destruction is hidden in plain sight. Rainbows prove that we're living under a dome. Anybody can create a rainbow outside with sufficient sunlight and water. However, a mirror is required to create a rainbow inside, and not just a mirror, but one that is submerged in water. If a rainbow is caused by reflection, refraction, and dispersion of light in water droplets, resulting in a spectrum of light, then why would you need a mirror inside? After all, you can easily have dispersion of light in water droplets indoors. It's because rainbows require a mirror, and outside, the dome is acting as this mirror. Like the protocol for making indoor rainbows, our flat Earth has waters above, the waters which come down during the floods, and water on its surface. The dome acts as the mirror in between. Modern science says that in a rainbow, direct sunlight comes into a rain droplet, and then it comes out looking like the visible spectrum. Each water droplet acts as its own lens. But if this were the case, each water droplet in a rainbow would contain all the colors of the visible spectrum, resulting in a hodgepodge of colors throughout, and not the gradual spectrum we see. When we zoom in, each droplet of a rainbow has its own specific color. This only makes sense if the visible spectrum is being reflected off of a type of mirror, a dome, and then spreading onto the waters of a rainbow, the dome triangulating the sunlight. The flat Earth dome is fastened to the outer limits of the Antarctica ice wall that surrounds our planet. In 1947, during Operation High Jump, Admiral Byrd discovered the outer boundaries of the firmament. Many of his men's planes were disappearing very quickly. A lot of them were crashing into invisible barriers and disintegrating in mid-flight. It was shortly after discovering this barrier that Byrd discontinued his mission and returned home. What happened is Byrd's planes encountered the walls of the vaulted dome. Soon after, many measures like the Antarctica Treaty and a consistent military presence at the ice wall were put in place to cover up the structure of our enclosed world system, while also preventing unwarranted intrusion which could lead to an announcement of the discovery of the Earth's dome. Here are some photos of the ice wall which the dome is fastened to. Sadly, we don't have as many as we would like since this area is heavily protected by military presence. So if there is a dome, how are meteorites explained? Debris floats around in the currents of the waters above the dome, occasionally hitting the barrier with enough force to penetrate it. This debris falls to the Earth as meteorites. The composition of meteorites is very similar to that of the rocks and crust found on the ocean floor. Most of the ocean floor is basalt. Basalt contains primarily pyroxene, plagioclase, and oftentimes olivine. And the most abundant minerals in meteorites are pyroxene, plagioclase, and olivine. I'm therefore proposing that the waters above have a similar basalt that is found on our own ocean floors, and that these chunks from time to time hit our flat plane. It's been suggested that Libyan desert glass, mysterious shards of a glass-like material which, according to the scientists, has an unknown origin, are pieces of the dome that have been shed. Libyan desert glass is unlike any other glass. It is a form of molten glass but has no clear layers of other minerals. It is 98% molten silica. It has an extremely high formation temperature of 3092 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's extremely resilient, like any dome above us would be. Perhaps this is the molten glass described in the Bible's book of Job. Hast thou stretched out the heavens, which are strong, and as a molten glass? Every photo and video given to us by NASA is completely faked and riddled with CGI. Here we see a supposed video feed of Earth. Where are all the satellites? Along with 2,271 satellites orbiting the Earth, there are 500,000 fragments of space junk. And we're supposed to believe that in all of the feeds they give us, we are constantly, conveniently witnessing portions of the Earth without any of these man-made obstructions? We now have satellite phones. Now we can have perfect service anywhere because the signals are being beamed from outer space. How convenient, right? Wrong. Satellites do not exist. Most of us notice as soon as we're out of the city and in more remote areas, our satellite cell service starts to decline in intensity. It's almost as if our phones are getting their signals from ground technology that is conglomerated in heavily populated areas. We also see problems with GPS in remote areas, supposedly a technology that also uses satellites. Long-range navigation was developed during World War II. Towers like these were positioned to provide coverage for military navigation. Positioned on islands, they would provide the necessary contact points for propagation at sea. This was the beginning of these land-based technologies that have grown and become more widespread. Cell towers are responsible for much of our GPS. By measuring the signal strength differences between multiple cell towers, your device can estimate your current location. Data is also propagated through undersea cables. Cables connect between the continents. Lighter than air vehicles, high-altitude airships, and high-altitude platforms are often misperceived as satellites by the public. So at nighttime, when you see one of those moving dots in the sky and believe it to be a satellite, it's actually one of these illuminated balloons. The skies are riddled with these communications technologies, but we are made to believe that they exist beyond our atmosphere. If we are to believe NASA's stories, then here's a question. How do satellites survive the 4,000 degree Fahrenheit temperature in space? There are only 7 elements on the periodic table that could withstand this heat, and none of them have been used for satellites. Satellites allegedly reside in the thermosphere, where temperatures can soar 4,000 degrees and more. This is simply not possible. These technologies are in flight underneath our dome. Including the technologies I just named, there are at least 18 platforms that can be used independently, in tandem, or in groups to provide all of the services that satellites supposedly provide. With new eyes, it becomes clear. No actual photos, no actual video footage, just CGI and photoshopped images. This is a NASA photo of an astronaut fixing the supposed space station. I'm completely joking. This is actually from the 2013 movie Gravity. This is a real NASA photo. They're almost indistinguishable. I actually think the Gravity photo looks more believable. The similar Hebrew word nasha means to lead astray, to delude, to morally seduce. It's then no wonder that the NASA logo contains a serpent's tongue, serpents having been a symbol for deception throughout mythology. On the gravestone of Wernher von Braun, one of NASA's early rocket developers, there is a reference to a Bible verse that talks about our dome, our firmament. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament sheath his handiwork. The sun and moon are each about only 3,000 miles away, sitting well underneath the dome. What about the stars? Stars are clearly not suns. They are not bright and luminous like we have been sold, but twinkling energies of light that continuously change in color, texture, and shape. Sonoluminescence is the emission of short bursts of light from imploding bubbles in a liquid when excited by sound. To put in simple terms, the energy of a sound wave in a fluid can create flashes of light. Due to sound frequencies, beautiful patterns occur on the surface of an object closely surrounding the sound vibrating medium. Cymatics is vibrational phenomena, beautiful patterns that are created within water and sand when sound is applied. The stars are full of similar geometric patterns, and we can zero in and see. It looks like these lights are indeed reflecting off water, in a similar fashion that they would on the floor of a pool or ocean. With just a telescope in our backyards, we can see that planets are not as defined as NASA would have us believe. In fact, Venus looks more like a star than a planet, and same with Mars. I'm still figuring out what exactly planets are.
There are 7 planets. Interestingly, the book of Enoch explains that the 7 planets are actually the 7 wandering stars, reserved for a place of judgment of utter darkness. We have been told that the universe is everything. and yet we know these are lies. If you look at everything that's happening with atheism, with science, we have been lied to. Join me on the journey. We will explain what are the planets, the sun, the moon, and the stars. We have been lied to. Big time. It's time to wake up. Time to come to the truth. Jesus Christ is Lord. The Book of Enoch Aramaic fragments were found in the Dead Sea Scrolls in 1947. The displayed fragment described the heavenly revolt of the fallen angels and their descent to earth to cohabit with the daughters of men and to reveal secret knowledge to mankind, a story hinted at Genesis 6. What's interesting also about the Book of Enoch is the cosmology and the creation account, specifically with the stars, the sun, and the moon, as luminaries as they're described in the Book of Enoch. This book was not included in the canon of the Hebrew Bible, but it is quoted by and referenced by the Bible, like several other non-canonical historical books. These are considered of historical value, but the Bible is the standard for doctrine. Note there are several books that go by the Book of Enoch. Only the one referred to as First Enoch is the true one. Jesus himself referred to the Book of Enoch to the Sadducees, confirming its validity in Matthew 22:30, Enoch 15:6-7. When talking about the angels in heaven, this was a book they would be familiar with. The Book of Enoch goes into great, very minute detail of the heavenly luminaries, including the sun, moon, and stars, chapters 72-82. Enoch tells us plainly that the stars and wandering stars, planets, are a form of angelic beings, living stones of fire, as described also in the Bible. He tells us that 7 of them disobeyed God and left their prescribed course. These are the wandering stars. For this they are punished. Jude 1:13, 1 Enoch 18:12-16, and 24. It's interesting that we have 7 planets, so-called planets, in our solar system. We've been told that Earth is a planet, but this of course is a lie. If you include the other ones, we have the planets. As the ancients knew, these were wandering stars. It's interesting that the Book of Enoch explains that the wandering stars have transgressed God's laws and will be punished. They seem to be the ones that orbit in a different way than all the other stars. In 1 Enoch 33:2-4, I saw the ends of the earth whereon the heaven rests, and the portals of the heaven open, and I saw how the stars of heaven come forth, and I counted the portals out of which they proceed, and wrote down all their outlets of each individual star by itself, according to their number and their names, their course and their positions, and their times and their months. As Uriel, the holy angel, was with me, showed me. He showed all things to me and wrote them down for me. Also their names he wrote for me, and their laws, and their companies. That was 1 Enoch 33:2-4. Also, and behold, that abyss I saw a place which had no firmament of the heaven above, and no firmly founded earth beneath it. There was no water upon it, and no birds, but it was a waste and horrible place. I saw there 7 stars, like great burning mountains, and to me, when I inquired regarding them, the angel said, "This place is the end of heaven and earth. This has become a prison for the stars and the host of heaven, and the stars which roll over the fire, as they which have transgressed the commandments of the Lord in the beginning of their rising, because they did not come forth at their appointed times. And he was wroth with them, and bound them till their time, when their guilt should be consummated, even for 10,000 years." Now it's interesting with the Book of Enoch explaining the wandering stars. We've been told all throughout our life that these are planets. Even our Earth is a planet. It is not. There was the sun, the moon, and also stars. Everything that we see in the sky, other than the sun and the moon, are stars. But the 7 wandering stars is where we'd like to focus the attention. It is incredible to think that the Bible even refers to these as living creatures. All of the stars having names and particular set courses they must follow. God not only numbered the stars, but He named them. If you look in the Bible, you'll see where God numbers the grains of sand on the earth, but there's no names because they're not living. But the stars are living. This is where we have to look into it further. In Revelations 1:20, 2:1, and 3:1, stars are also specifically used to represent the angels of the 7 churches. The book of 1 Enoch refers to the stars, the sun, and the moon collectively as luminaries. The Bible describes the stars as stones of fire. As the lies continue with our universe in darkness, how men love darkness, and they would not come into the light. And we know that the space construct is all full of a vacuum, complete void of light. It's dark. It seems that everything revolved around having the space illuminated in our minds for a specific purpose, to show where we've come from, and also to hide God from people's eyes, as God is not needed when you have a big bang. The 7 stars, the luminaries, as we call them, planets, do have a course. They have transgressed, and they are living. This is something that is interesting. This is something we'll have to look into further as we continue the study. The Book of Enoch Aramaic fragments were found in the Dead Sea Scrolls in 1947. The displayed fragment described the heavenly revolt of the fallen angels and their descent to earth to cohabit with the daughters of men and to reveal secret knowledge to mankind, a story hinted at Genesis 6. What's interesting also about the Book of Enoch is the cosmology and the creation account, specifically with the stars, the sun, and the moon, as luminaries as they're described in the Book of Enoch. This book was not included in the canon of the Hebrew Bible, but it is quoted by and referenced by the Bible, like several other non-canonical historical books. These are considered of historical value, but the Bible is the standard for doctrine. Note there are several books that go by the Book of Enoch. Only the one referred to as 1 Enoch is the true one. Jesus himself referred to the Book of Enoch to the Sadducees, confirming its validity in Matthew 22:30, Enoch 15:6-7. When talking about the angels in heaven, this was a book they would be familiar with. The Book of Enoch goes into great, very minute detail of the heavenly luminaries, including the sun, moon, and stars, chapters 72-82. Enoch tells us plainly that the stars and wandering stars, planets, are a form of angelic beings, living stones of fire, as described also in the Bible. He tells us that 7 of them disobeyed God and left their prescribed course. These are the wandering stars. For this they are punished. Jude 1:13, 1 Enoch 18:12-16, and 24. It's interesting that we have 7 planets, so-called planets, in our solar system. We've been told that Earth is a planet, but this of course is a lie. If you include the other ones, we have the planets. As the ancients knew, these were wandering stars. It's interesting that the Book of Enoch explains that the wandering stars have transgressed God's laws and will be punished. They seem to be the ones that orbit in a different way than all the other stars. In 1 Enoch 33:2-4, I saw the ends of the earth whereon the heaven rests, and the portals of the heaven open, and I saw how the stars of heaven come forth, and I counted the portals out of which they proceed, and wrote down all their outlets of each individual star by itself according to their number and their names, their course and their positions, and their times and their months. Azariel, the holy angel, was with me, showed me. He showed all things to me and wrote them down for me. Also their names he wrote for me, and their laws, and their companies. That was 1 Enoch 33, 2-4. Also, and behold, that abyss, I saw a place which had no firmament of the heaven above, and no firmly founded earth beneath it. There was no water upon it, and no birds, but it was a waste and horrible place. I saw there 7 stars, like great burning mountains, and to me, when I inquired regarding them, the angel said, This place is the end of heaven and earth. This has become a prison for the stars and the host of heaven, and the stars which roll over the fire, as they which have transgressed the commandments of the Lord in the beginning of their rising, because they did not come forth at their appointed times. And he was wroth with them, and bound them till their time, when their guilt should be consummated, even for 10,000 years. Now it's interesting with the book Enoch, explaining the wandering stars. We've been told all throughout our life that these are planets. Even our Earth is a planet. It is not. There was the sun, the moon, and also stars. Everything that we see in the sky, other than the sun and the moon, are stars. But the 7 wandering stars is where we'd like to focus the attention. It is incredible to think that the Bible even refers to these as living creatures. All the stars having names and particular set courses they must follow. God not only numbered the stars, but he named them. If you look in the Bible, you'll see where God numbers the grains of sand on the earth, but there's no names because they're not living. But the stars are living. This is where we have to look into it further. In Revelations 1:20, 2:1, and 3:1, stars are also specifically used to represent the angels of the 7 churches. The book of 1 Enoch refers to the stars, the sun, and the moon collectively as its luminaries. The Bible describes the stars as stones of fire. As the lies continue with our universe in darkness, how men love darkness, and they would not come into the light. And we know that the space construct is all full of a vacuum, complete void of light. It's dark. It seems that everything revolved around having the space illuminated in our minds for a specific purpose, to show where we've come from, and also to hide God from people's eyes, as God is not needed when you have a big bang. The 7 stars, the luminaries, as we call them, planets, do have, of course, they have transgressed, and they are living. This is something that is interesting. This is something we'll have to look into further as we continue the study.
One thing we can observe is that stars and planets look identical in distance in the sky, and this is because they're not various distances away. You've never felt a thing on this motionless plane, but besides that, we've been seeing the same constellations and stars in the skies for thousands of years. This is because the stars are revolving year after year in the same positions around us. It's amazing how most of humanity is fooled into thinking the opposite, even while our senses tell us otherwise. The transgression of stars also make a dome shape. The North Star remains perfectly fixed in place night after night, year after year. The swastika is an ancient symbol seen in almost all ancient cultures in some form, oftentimes in association with the black sun symbol. The Big Dipper dances in a circle around Polaris, and this is where the swastika symbol comes from.
It's time that I finally answer some questions that you guys have been asking about the firmament and why on earth I would believe it exists, what proofs we have that it's there, other than the Bible and us being Bible thumpers, crazy religious people. And you're asking some really good questions. And you're about to see why people like me and thousands and thousands of other people are believing that the earth is not what we've been told, and that the powers that run this world, the powers of darkness that have ran it for centuries, would actually hide the truth in a seemingly innocent way. And no, not every scientist is in on it. It's not like that at all. But yes, there are some things hidden from you about creation and who you are, and it's for a reason. And it serves a purpose and a large plan. And the shape of our earth and how it moves, as I've said many times, is not the most important truth. But this awakening experience has been leading people in that direction, and hopefully it'll do the same for those of you who always have had this feeling that deep down something is off, and that you aren't who you were told you are, and neither is this earth. So pay attention. Do not believe anything I say or that anyone says without proving it for yourself. That's all we're saying. Be skeptical. No more blind faith that we've all had for many years. Prove all things. So let's first answer the question, what is this firmament that I'm speaking of, and what proofs do I have? And the first thing that you need to know about the firmament is that it's been mentioned in the creation story as the expanse that divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And I had read that many times, never understood what it meant or that there was any proof of it, and just kind of pictured that being maybe where clouds were kept in deep space. And that is partly true. There is different levels to the firmaments, but the firmament was also mentioned during the Great Flood, when the floodgates were opened and water came pouring down onto earth. That did happen. This earth was flooded, and for a good reason. And that's an important long story, and the world pretty much started over from that point. And a lot of people thought, well, that's when the firmament went away, was the floodgates were opened and all of that happened. However, that's not what happened, and there is proof, and we're going to first look at the proof of these rockets that we have all watched go up into the air and seemingly appear to go straight back down to Earth in a rainbow flight path, and people say it is perspective. But luckily, we have pictures of these flight paths from the side view, and you can see that unless the Earth is really tiny, these aren't flying with the curvature of the Earth. They are flying out into the ocean, or as some have joked about, the Bermuda Triangle, where all the witnesses vanish. And you'll see here that we do understand how orbital mechanics work. That you're supposed to go 10 times faster than a bullet to get into orbit, even though we have never seen combustion that happens that fast, because it could wipe out all mankind. But here's a rocket that did not follow that flight path. Many of you have seen this rocket footage floating around or flying around. And this rocket footage is from the Go Fast rocket launch. If you've never seen it, it's record breaking. You've never seen a rocket go this fast or this high or this straight up. Usually they curve downward, as you just saw in the video, but this one did not. And it's made a lot of people open their mind to the fact that maybe that's why our pictures of Earth are composites. Maybe that's why they invented the story about the Van Allen belts and why we can't go to deep space anymore and send people that far. But this rocket made it 73 miles high, and then it came to an instant stop like you're about to see. So watch and listen. Wow, here it is again. And like I said before, draw your own conclusions. It could have ran into gravity, but check out the side view. Luckily they had a camera facing sideways, and you can see the horizon when it comes to a stop. You could also see what looks like the moon in the far off distance as this thing is spinning, and that horizon looks very flat. Okay, draw your own conclusions about that. Could have been the fisheye lens. However, I saw another rocket launch. This time it was at night, and people ask, why did that rocket not explode if it was moving that fast? That's a great question, a legitimate question. I'm not going to avoid that question, because I think there were some miraculous circumstances and some properties about the firmament that we did not understand. People say, well, it's a solid glass dome. Well, that could probably be partly true. However, this dome, this solid expanse, like a molten looking glass, they call it in the Bible, is impenetrable. We've tried to blow it up before during Operation Fishbowl. I won't go too much into that aspect of it and the history of it. I trust that you'll look into it after you see what you're about to see later on. But this rocket at night was traveling and doing some weird things like we've seen rockets do before at night. And it's very mysterious. And there's really no explaining exactly what we're seeing. But we do know that this thing is doing something weird. And I was looking at it and watching it and going, well, it doesn't look like it hit the firmament. And then, to my surprise, I seen some ripples, and you're about to see them move across what appears to be the firmament. And there they go. These ripples look just like ripples you've seen on water, but this is really, really far away. These are giant ripples moving outward. I thought that was spectacular. I had never seen anything like that. And those are my first clues that these rockets might have been hitting something, and this might be partly why they are lying about deep space and sending us all sorts of animations. Then I came across these sprites, which is a phenomenon known as upper atmospheric lightning, and people don't know about this. Your common person does not know about these things, and they occur way above clouds. Clouds are around 3.5 miles high. Sprites occur about 65, 70 miles high, where those rockets were coming to a stop. And these scientists, they show a documentary. This was by Nova. It was on PBS, and didn't really think much about it when I first saw it until I started putting the pieces together. And then I saw something, a barrier, light up above this sprite. And I thought, what if this is the firmament? And I analyzed this footage. I would slow this footage down. I would change the brightness, and sure enough, I started seeing what I thought I was seeing, the firmament. Put there by our Father in the story of creation. It's been there all along, and it's so sad that we've missed it and missed out on seeing His glory for our whole lives. But there it is, and you're about to see a wave move across it, kind of like the ripple you saw with the rocket. There's that wave, sprite shooting out of it. And yes, that's a wave. It's not a cloud that you're seeing light up. Again, this is many miles above the clouds. You are seeing the firmament. And this footage was taken down in another video that I put out and blocked in the United States. And for good reason, because it's waking many people up. They are seeing this solid proof that there's a barrier that these things are shooting out of, these sprites that were mentioned in the book of Enoch. When it talked about stars rising up and becoming lightning and not losing their form, I thought that was crazy. That book was removed from the Bible, and it explained exactly how our system works, the math behind it and everything. But there's the firmament. You can see it. Again, draw your own conclusions. The fact that it's right where those rockets were stopping is no coincidence. Don't take my word for it. Keep looking into it. But I'm going to show you some more proof that the sun, moon, and stars are not light years apart, like we've been told. The nearest star, if it's as far away as they say it is, we would be able to observe that in one night while looking at star trails. However, that's not what we see. We do not see the types of parallax that we can prove that we would see. And I know people say, well, it's a different type of parallax because you're only seeing the stars from a spinning Earth. Well, there's experiments you can do with a camera that you spin as if it were Earth with lights placed at various distances. And when you use the scale that the heliocentric model gives us, it's really hard to do on Earth because it's so far away. But this man here from Cody's lab, his name's Cody, he hates us, but I'm going to use his work, and he shows you if that's the moon and the Earth right there, they're really close together, they're really tiny dots. Here's the sun, and no, that's not how close we are to the sun. He's just showing you size-wise. They're a couple feet apart, and he spaces them apart. But the moon and the Earth, and the sun at the end of his measuring tape, and he lays them out. He's laying out some of the planets, Jupiter and Pluto and all of that. There's Pluto. So he's laying these out on a football field. And then he goes to show us where the nearest star would be. And his journey takes him really far. Not just across town, he actually has to leave the state. He drives over 120 miles away, using the scale with those tiny little dots that you saw to show us where the nearest star is. That blew a lot of people's minds and really kind of furthers that fantasy of deep space. However, I saw time lapses of the star trails, and I've seen them moving with the moon. And as I saw them, I noticed they were all moving at the same speed, as if they were the same distance away from the Earth. And thought, shouldn't be seeing that. Or should I? I don't really know. Let me do some tests to prove all things. And then I saw the sun and the moon moving through the sky in a time lapse. And they were moving at the same speed and making light trails that were the same size. And I thought, well, if I can set up an experiment that will prove to me that a spinning camera would do this with lights at various distances, maybe I will look back into this heliocentric model that was invented by someone who just looked at the stars in the 1500s. So I set up my camera and some distant lights, and I got this idea from a genius at another channel. His name was Chris Van Matter. And I'd seen an experiment where he had done this on a small scale and produced some shocking results. And so I set up a camera, did my own experiment, and sure enough, the light trails that I was seeing looked very similar until I traced one of the lights that was about half mile away and drug it down to a light that was probably 25 feet away from my camera, not even close to the scale that Cody was using. It would have been much closer if that was the sun. It would have been a couple feet away, but I was trying to be biased to the globe, and the light trail was a completely different size. And you could imagine the difference you would be seeing if that distant light was 120 miles away. If we could cut through that much atmosphere, you would see a dramatic difference. And our stars and what we're seeing up above us would look totally different. This is something you can do yourself. Do not believe me. Do not trust me. I could be lying to you. But I hope you're starting to see that we don't need a whole lot of crazy theories to prove the truth. We don't need an Albert Einstein figure who they have put in place to create such theories. Up is up, down is down, straight and level is straight and level. There are many more proofs out there. You just have to look up, see for yourself, look at the stars, look at the sun, make sure you're using eye protection, but figure this stuff out. It's really awesome. The truth and the fact that they have been able to pull one over on us for so long is quite impressive. But go ahead, suck it up, admit that you were fooled, no big deal, swallow your pride, and do some investigation. The truth really does sound crazy. But once you find out the truth, the lies that you believe sound a whole lot crazier. I encourage you guys to share this before it's deleted again. Download it, mirror it, upload it, whatever you want to do. It's free for anyone that wants to use it. I love you guys. The Father loves you way more than I do, and sacrificed a lot more for you than I ever will.
There is a heated debate going on currently with an exponentially growing group of people who believe, and many who are absolutely convinced, that the Earth is flat. There are literally hundreds of thousands of people who are exploring the notion that this Mother Earth that we live on does not revolve around the sun and is in fact a motionless flat plane, and the stars, sun, and moon, literally the entirety of the cosmos, revolve around the Earth, a model called geocentrism. A majority of these folk are very dedicated to their cause and are making their case with passion and gusto. There are hordes of independent researchers online who are posting videos with much evidence to support their claims, and average everyday people have taken up doing scientific experiments for themselves to test the veracity of the claims made by scientists and space agencies across the known world that the Earth is part of a heliocentric or sun-centered system. Blogs have been written, podcasts recorded, comment sections flooded. Hell, there's even been several books written about it. These people are dedicated and very serious about supporting a new flat Earth model to replace our currently accepted heliocentric system.
Not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Note, the horizon is not the edge of the sphere. It is simply an optical position where the ground or sea appears to meet the sky.
The Vector, NASA's official logo. If you've ever looked at NASA's official logo, both their official insignia and their official seal, you'll see that the most prominent object in the seal is a red swooshing object. They call that the chevron or the vector. If you ask NASA's Public Affairs Office, this symbology is featured so heavily in their insignia and seal, they'll give you what really amounts to the standard facile cover story for the unilluminated. They'll tell you that that is a representation of a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s, which was the time the logo was created. Not exactly the case. Someone might want to ask the Russian Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, that was formed in 1992, why they chose that same logo. And while you're at it, you can go ask the Chinese, who formed their space agency in 1996, why in the world they're using a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s as their official logo. Then you can ask the Japanese, the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Malaysia, Mexico, Iran, all of these countries, even Bulgaria. They all utilize the vector symbology in their space agency logos for their national space agencies. It gets even deeper. You can go look at the individual manned program patches for NASA. The Mercury program, for example, a blatant use of covert symbology. In every logo dealing with the Mercury program, you'll see what looks like a number 7 in their logo. And again, NASA's official story is that they put this number 7 there so that they could pay homage to the original 7 Mercury astronauts. Kind of forgetting the fact that only 6 Mercury astronauts actually flew into space, because number 7 never did. Deke Slayton had a heart problem, so he didn't get to go up. So there were only 6 Mercury astronauts, yet there's a 7 in every single logo. That's in the official mission or official program insignia for Mercury, as well as the 6 individual mission patches carry this logo. And it carries on to the Space Shuttle program. If you look at the Apollo logo, The Apollo logo has a big letter A in it. At least that's what they want you to believe, but it's not. Again, that's just a simple way of explaining away the inclusion of this vector symbology in the logo. If you go to the Space Shuttle program, the original Space Shuttle STS program patch is a triangular patch that, again, hides the use of the chevronic vector symbology. And that also goes for many of the STS-specific mission patches. Every single one of the International Space Station expedition patches carry the vector symbology. The Russian Mir space station used the vector symbology. That was their official logo. You can even go deeper and look at military-industrial complex companies. Look at the logo on a company like Lockheed Martin, 2 vectors. The X-Prize logo, Ames Research Labs, U.S. Space Command. When you get into the military realm, the United States Space Command, their official logo is the vector symbol. And when you look at the military's individual space-specific programs, all of them deal with vector symbology in their official insignias. And the question really becomes, who or what are these people paying homage to?
Let's look at NASA's Earthrise. Now let's look at JAXA's Earthrise. Do you believe this is real?
Well then, who's responsible for this deception?
You will find that the Jesuits and the Vatican have been intimately involved in all things space, including owning the earliest telescopes and, to this day, the largest owners of observatories and telescopes in the world. The Society of Jesuits have been actively spreading the heliocentric theory for 500 years, while trying to bury thousands of years of flat Earth cosmology. The Jesuits are rulers of all powers that we are aware of, and have been ruthless in their pursuit of world domination for centuries, no matter who is killed or what has to be done to establish a one-world order out of chaos. They rule over, or are deeply partnered with, people like the Rothschilds and many other international banksters, secret societies, especially the Freemasons, as well as Zionist Jews, and especially Zionist Jews in seats of power. They rule over all the alphabet agencies and government think tanks, including the NSA, CIA, FBI, Mossad, KGB, Roundtable, Committee of 300, Tavistock Institute, Lucius Trust Publishing, Bilderberg Group, and the Council of Foreign Relations, including representative government and legislation like the US Presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. The Jesuit order is said to have been established by Jews. Freemasons are also spread out all over the world to further the different agendas that serve this Illuminati elite.
Why the lie?
Their desire is to convince us that we are only one of a septillion other planets flying through infinite space. A septillion? Where do they get these numbers? A septillion has 24 zeros. They want us to think that we are nothing more than a cosmic accident caused by a big bang that took place 14 billion years ago. Again, where do they get these numbers? How one could draw that conclusion is unknown. They want us not to understand our origin and go on believing that life is meaningless. They want us to believe that alien life is real and that they created us. Look no further than Ancient Aliens for the propaganda. Not to mention countless shows and movies they program us with. This isn't just about flat Earth versus round Earth, it's much bigger than that. Whatever they plan on doing needed the spherical Earth groundwork laid before they could proceed. They may either shock us with a fake alien invasion, or a disclosure of the beings that have always been among us, passed off as life from distant galaxies. Who knows? Another reason to turn the Earth into a ball is to hide extra land. If this is a vast plain, and there are places past Antarctica with more oceans and more land masses, then an easy way to get rid of them is to wrap our part of this plane around a ball and make it seem as if there is nothing else and everything has already been discovered. The globe is full-fledged slavery for the inquiring mind.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the great Magellan.
Oh, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
What does it mean if the Earth is flat?
It means that the origin of man is deliberately being covered up from us. Man, woman, child, you are being deceived on a massive scale. Flat Earth, enclosed flat Earth, expansive plane flat Earth, or even infinite plane flat Earth with an infinite ceiling barrier, or possibly another plane of existence above us and below us. It means that this place was created, that you were designed, you were crafted, you are special and with purpose. A purpose being hidden from you on purpose. We are supposed to know our world and our reason for being. We've been swallowed whole by this economic fiat money system that controls absolutely everything and fuels this manufactured reality. Most of us know that we are slaves, and it's no wonder we desire to escape through movies, TV shows, and video games that happen to also further our programming and mental conditioning.
Most people do not realize that the air is not transparent. We will use transparent sheets for our example. Also, we will use lighting gels for the water and lower water line. This will simulate the horizon the way it is on Earth. Each sheet should represent several miles. The key people need to understand is that the horizon you see is not the exact horizon. If there was no air, no water, or anything else, the horizon would be lower on a perfectly flat plane. People misuse the word vanishing point and perspective in the flat Earth movement, and here I will prove how it works. The first concept is air density. Have you ever driven on a foggy day? You can't see 2 feet in front of you sometimes. Or take this example of the Chicago skyline from what should have been an impossible 40 miles away. Some people ask why the buildings are cut off, but isn't it obvious? Here you can see a cloud of air. What they should have asked themselves is, why can you see the buildings at all if the Earth is not flat? Now, what is very important to understand is, air compounds. Every mile, there is more air to look through. This forms a gradient. When we put several sheets of clear plastic in front of the other, they form a wall that you cannot see through. The atmosphere is filled with oxygen, zinc, carbon, hydrogen, and many other chemicals that forms a wall of density. Let's watch the experiment in action. As you can see, the sun gets cut off from the bottom first. But that's not all. There's many things to discover in this experiment. First of all, you can see the light shrink around the sun as it sets. This is exactly what we see in real life. When the sun sets in our experiment, we see a color change, just like real sunsets. One major difference in our experiment is it's on a small scale and it's low budget. The advantage is you can do this yourself at home. We will now compare to the horizon you see daily, but before we do, we want you first to understand perspective. As you can see, things that move to the horizon get smaller and lower. However, the appearance that they are getting lower is just perspective. You prove this by looking at a long hallway. The altitude of every light in the hallway is the same, right? Some people think in the flat Earth that when things hit the horizon they diverge due to optics. And although that's a very interesting idea, we're only working with logical things that we can prove in an experiment. With air density, you can prove sunsets without fancy diverging lines, however true they may be. You can see in our experiment we have lower atmosphere, middle atmosphere, and high atmosphere. Did you know that the air gets thinner as you get higher? This is because of buoyancy. You see things that are less dense separate from things of greater density. This is why clouds float, this is why helium balloons rise. This forms a vertical gradient and gives us a horizontal and vertical air gradient. In fact, the speed at how fast things fall depends entirely on buoyancy. If you drop an item in the water, it falls much slower than in low altitude air. If you fall from a high altitude, you fall faster. When you jump from air into water, you fall fast and then slow. Now we combine all three ideas, and you will get this. Right at the horizon there is a 10 to 20 mile high wall of air. The wall of air depends on weather. Remember, it's a vertical and horizontal gradient. Think of it like a diagonal wall or a ramp to heaven. On high humidity, the wall will be closer. On low humidity, the wall will be further, sometimes hundreds of miles. The air compounds. Well, let's just say the sun sets beyond that wall. It goes behind it. Remember how we said that the further things go, the smaller and lower they appear? Well, right at the horizon, an extremely thin line, represented here, is the vanishing point. This is about a 10 to 20 mile high wall of air. Also, remember there's clouds as well blocking you in the way. Remember the buoyancy idea? Well, the high altitude air is thinner, so the wall is a little bit further. This is why the sun changes colors before it sets on a clear day. It gets blocked by the buoyant air, and then its bottom is cut off by the heavier air. Now you might be thinking, can a 10 to 20 mile high wall of air seriously block the sun when it's thousands of miles away? Well, of course, and here's a diagram of exactly what you're experiencing. You can see the observer and a line drawn to the horizon. The sun gets cut off when it's thousands of miles away. This isn't to scale, but you get the idea. You can even do the math for this if you like. Draw a triangle, imagine the horizon line vanishing point is about 50 to 100 miles away. Then you will see, even if the sun is high, it will fall into the horizon. In our experiment, what you won't see is how dramatic of an effect the air has on the sun. It tends to dilate the sun's diameter. This is why when you see a sunset, it doesn't shrink as much as it should. It does shrink, but it also dilates. And if you film the sunset from a high and dry altitude, it'll shrink a lot more. Including if you watch sunset time lapses from airplanes, you'll see the sun shrink. I also want to take the opportunity to answer some very uneducated criticisms of the Flat Earth movement. People say, why can't you see New York from England? Well, you can answer them in a word. Air. Also, there's questions like, why can't you see northern stars from the south? Again, air. Also, let's look at ships on the horizon with this refreshed perspective. What density also affects is the water line. Look at this diagram again. Did you know that the air above the water is filled with more water vapor? Well, of course, right? Buoyancy. So that may not seem important, but it's of huge importance in optics. Imagine if I used these blue gels instead of transparent gels. Would you be able to tell the difference between the water line and thousands of these gels stacked together compounded over many miles? Let's look at some examples. You can see here the boat is almost invisible. Here, the air almost completely blocks it. From far away, this air is dense with water and even reflects the water below. This higher waterline effect can cause boats to not be visible and even cause a slightly higher waterline occluding the bottom of buildings and beaches. Remember, over the ocean there is waves too. The water in the air sometimes causes a sparkling, wavy fractal pattern when you zoom in on it. This is why using examples such as the Bolivian salt flats, Mount Everest, and other land examples are in some ways better for proving that there is no curve. Since you also need to educate people on compounded water vapor. Also, the water line can cause boats to look like they are floating and other really funny visual effects. Now imagine looking at a sunset over the ocean and what all that air does to the horizon. Well, surely it would cause a vanishing point. Also, clouds compounded add to the long list of obstructions in the horizon. Again, for further research, you should look at converging and diverging lines of perspective on the horizon. Perhaps we can consider the curvature of the lens of our eye and even a camera lens as well to play into this. The sunset we see on the Earth matches one on a flat Earth because of the diameter change of the sun, the shrinking light of the sun, and the sun's path in the sky. However, there are already so many videos debunking a round Earth and proving a flat one, and if you have seen this video up until this point, I would love it if you would do more research on the subject. When searching for the truth, it doesn't matter if the world disagrees with you. If you are right, and the truth will set you free. Sheep follow the government blindly. Nobody listens to the black sheep because the black sheep is not in a position of authority. But the black sheep sees something, doesn't he? Science done honestly is beautiful, and hopefully I have shared a beautiful idea with you. So hopefully this video was educational. Thanks, and hopefully now we can put the issue of sunsets to rest.
You started watching that video with a certain worldview. After all, you know what a room looks like. But those preconceptions caused you to ignore some of the subtle cues that would have given the game away, such as the black rectangle underneath the chair, or the difference in colour between the cups, or even the strange angles of the picture on the wall. You believed a visual lie because your worldview was so powerful that it blinded you to any evidence that contradicted it. The other thing I'd like to mention at this point is how easily we can be fooled by two-dimensional imagery. We've been trained and conditioned to suspend disbelief when we see certain two-dimensional imagery, such as photographs. You know, a photograph is not reality. It's a photograph. And photographs can be altered and manipulated. Video is not reality. And here's some examples of that. Pretty realistic stuff. Point is, you can't automatically trust any two-dimensional imagery or media that's presented to you by the establishment. So let's get down to it then, shall we? This is apparently the truth of our world. We live on a spherical planet called Earth, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour on a 23.4 degree tilt. Now, I always thought it was 23.5 degrees, but as I researched into this, I found it was actually 23.4. That's 23.4 degrees away from vertical. Funnily enough, that leaves 66.6 degrees away from the horizontal. Interesting. So anyway, we're orbiting an ordinary star that is apparently 93 million miles away. The Sun itself is embedded in a galaxy of 100 billion stars, and that galaxy is one of trillions and trillions in an infinite and expanding void. And in the midst of that void, we are just an insignificant and unimportant microbe that arrived here by accident, that's crawling around on this speck of dust. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh dear, he's turned into one of those flat earther people. But if you've ever discovered the truth behind all those things that have been labelled as conspiracy theories, you've been willing to set aside your preconceptions of the world to be able to accept a new and often terrifying version. This is no different, so please bear with me. The first thing that people will automatically say is, of course we live on a spherical Earth. We've got the photographic evidence, don't we? Well, strangely enough, when you try and search for a picture of Earth from space, you'll find surprisingly few of them. In fact, all of them, including this one, this is from NASA, it's called the Big Blue Marble. All of them are composites. NASA will freely admit to them being composite images or CGI or Photoshop. There's only one image that NASA will claim was shot from space, and it's this one. It's apparently shot from Apollo 17. But all of these images have problems. First of all, the scientist will tell you that because the Earth is spinning, centrifugal forces will force the equator to bulge out as it's spinning. So the Earth is more of an oblate spheroid. But, funny enough, all the images from space, supposedly, are perfect spheres. Also, one thing I noticed is that the colours of continents and the sea itself, they're very vivid. Now, when you look at anything at a distance, maybe if you look at some hills at the distance of 3 or 4 miles, you'll see that the colours are kind of washed out somewhat because of the atmosphere. If you see mountains further off in the distance, the dark colours are washed out even more because of the influence of the atmosphere. So how can it be that you get these very vivid, striking colours through miles of atmosphere? I can't explain it. The other strange thing about this supposed shot of Earth from space is that the continents actually appear to match the Mercator map rather than the Peters projection map. Now, if you don't know the difference, here's a little video to explain it.
Should we begin?
Yes. Plain and simple, we'd like President Bartlett to aggressively support legislation that would make it mandatory for every public school in America to teach geography using the Peters projection map instead of the traditional Mercator.
Give me $200 and it's done. Really?
No. Why are we changing maps?
Because, CJ, the Mercator projection has fostered European imperialist attitudes for centuries and created an ethnic bias against the Third World.
Really?
The German cartographer, Mercator, originally designed this map in 1569 as a navigational tool for European sailors.
The map enlarges areas at the poles to create straight lines of constant bearing or geographic direction.
So it makes it easier to cross an ocean.
But it distorts the relative size of nations and continents.
Are you saying the map is wrong?
Oh dear, yes. Look at Greenland.
Okay.
Now look at Africa.
Okay.
The two land masses appear to be roughly the same size.
Yes.
Would it blow your mind if I told you that Africa is in reality 14 times larger?
Yes.
Here we have Europe, drawn considerably larger than South America. When it's 6.9 million square miles, South America is almost double the size of Europe's 3.8 million.
Alaska appears 3 times as large as Mexico, when Mexico is larger by 0.1 million square miles.
Germany appears in the middle of the map when it's in the northernmost quarter of the Earth.
Wait. Relative size is one thing, but you're telling me that Germany isn't where we think it is?
Nothing's where you think it is.
Where is it?
I'm glad you asked. The Peters projection.
It has fidelity of axis.
Fidelity of position.
East-west lines are parallel and intersect north-south axes at right angles.
What the hell is that?
It's where you've been living this whole time. Should we continue?
Uh-huh.
So, you're probably wondering what all of this has to do with social equality.
No, I'm wondering where France really is.
Guys, we want to thank you very much for coming in.
Hang on, we're gonna finish this.
Okay.
What do maps have to do with social equality, you ask?
She asked.
Salvatore Natoli of the National Council for Social Studies argues, in our society we unconsciously equate size with importance and even power.
I'm going to check in on Tommy.
Go.
These guys find Brigadoon on that map, you'll call me, right?
Probably not.
Okay.
When third world countries are misrepresented, they're likely to be valued less. When Mercator maps exaggerate the importance of Western civilization, when the top of the map is given to the Northern Hemisphere, and the bottom is given to the Southern, then people will tend to adopt top and bottom attitudes.
But wait, how? Where else could you put the Northern Hemisphere but on the top?
On the bottom.
How?
Like this.
Yeah, but you can't do that.
Why not?
Because it's freaking me out.
So the Mercator map was designed as a navigational aid, but the Peters projection map is a more accurate rendering of what the continents look like. So why then do all the images of Earth from space show the Mercator map? I guess that's because that's what we're used to. Even the one image that is claimed to be an actual photograph of Earth from space is called into question, simply because of a film that was released accidentally by NASA of Apollo 11 faking the very first picture of Earth from space. So let's have a look at that video.
An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr. and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance, in order to falsely demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. It cannot be misconstrued that this staging was done for some other reason, for the reel itself is slated and dated July 18th, 19th and 20th, 1969, the very days of the mission when they were said to be approaching and achieving lunar orbit. Understand, too, that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private. Until now. Here they discuss that these television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
Roger, Neil. We just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get to playback, we can sort of correlate what we're so much.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows, as to not cause any reflected light to fall onto the spacecraft's wall in the foreground.
Okay, very good. Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window. window, and there isn't any reflected light.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter would not be revealed. It is this. Though the federal government would have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window as it nears the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is placed the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window in the foreground, outside of which it is completely filled with the Earth in low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth at a distance, with the darkened walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the blackness of space around it. That is why they wanted the interior dark and blocked out the sun from any other windows. Here you can see the extruded window, probably 2 inches thick at the bottom. This is because the Earth's shine is coming in at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregularly shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form 2 different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this take was never used. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for the worldwide television audience, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of a few hundred miles.
Roger, Houston, Apollo 11. Calling in from about 130,000 miles out.
Here, during another segment, also intended to air after review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake.
South America becomes invisible just off beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow.
You can also notice how the astronaut operating the camera reacted to the mistake by attempting to pan away from it.
See white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth.
This is a segment that they believed wasn't even being recorded, much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop button popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up to see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth out the window. Here is the slate for the 19th of July, and the same shot of trickery on the 19th of July, and then the 20th, and the same misleading shot on the 20th. Later that evening, they were said to be walking on the moon. How can this be when they were in Earth orbit only 9 hours earlier, and the moon is some 3 days' journey?
And you can see the full sequence on a documentary called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. That's one that I highly recommend you have a look at. But as for photographic evidence of a globe Earth, nope, it doesn't exist. Now let's take a look at Earth's supposed curvature. Many people point to Felix Baumgartner's recent record-breaking freefall jump and point to this picture in particular. It clearly shows a curvature of the Earth, but let's take a closer look at it. Well, it's quite obvious that a fisheye lens is used here. If you look at the shape of the capsule itself, those are usually built with fairly straight lines, and you can see the lines are very curved on the edge of this capsule. He took off from New Mexico, and the surface of the Earth looks like, well, it's one big large landmass, and that's New Mexico. I didn't realise that New Mexico took up so much of the Earth. It's clearly a fisheye lens. We know intuitively, if we stand on a beach with a panoramic view, that the sea is flat. It's flat at sea level, it's flat from the top of Mount Everest, it's flat from over 20 miles high. I got this image from another YouTuber. I can't remember the guy's name, but he's the one who goes, "Where is the curvature? Where? But it's a picture of the New York City skyline from over 40 miles away. He says it's 60 miles away, but I measured it on Google Earth, it's 40 miles away. The reason I added this one is because I used to live halfway between Bear Mountain and New York City, and from North Route 17 I was clearly able to see the New York City skyline from about 20 miles away. From 40 miles away, the New York City skyline should have been about 1,000 feet below the horizon. And that neatly leads me into the horizon problem. No matter where you are above the surface of the Earth, the horizon always rises to your eye level. Doesn't matter if you're standing on a beach, or up a hill, or in a plane at 35,000 feet, the horizon is always at eye level. Well, that would be impossible on a spherical Earth, because the Earth would curve away from you, and so it would always appear below you. As on this diagram, the expected horizon would be below you, but that's not what we see. When you look out of a plane window, you always see the horizon at eye level. And it doesn't matter how big you make the Earth below the plane, the horizon would always appear below you. In 240 BC, a Jesuit named Eratosthenes, my apologies to any ancient Greeks among you, he calculated the Earth's circumference. He did that by planting a stick in the ground at midday so that the sunlight, being directly overhead, would cast no shadow. Simultaneously, about 400 miles away, somebody else planted the stick in the same way and found that the sunlight cast a shadow. So by taking the shadow length and knowing the distance between the sticks, you could theoretically work out the circumference of the Earth. Take note that this method requires that the sun be a long way away so that the light coming from the sun is all parallel. Just keep that in the back of your mind, because we'll come back to this later. However, it turns out that you'd get exactly the same results on a flat Earth if the sun were only 3,100 miles away and 34 miles across. Now, as crazy as that might sound, I just want you to keep that in the back of your mind, because we're going to come back to this as well. Perhaps the most famous experiment to disprove the idea of a curvature was performed by Samuel Rowbottom in the late 1800s. The Old Bedford Levels experiment was performed on a canal in Cambridgeshire, which is perfectly straight for 6 miles. What Rowbottom did was put a telescope 6 inches above the water at one end of the canal and had a friend row a boat to the other. The boat had a flag on it, and Rowbottom was able to see the boat and the flag along the entire length of the journey. Now, if the Earth were curved, the boat should have been 16 feet below the horizon at the other end of the canal. Plenty of other such proofs exist concerning landmarks that can be seen much further away than the curvature of the Earth would allow. The most notable would be the Notre Dame Antwerp spire, which stands about 403 feet high and 468 feet above sea level, but sea captains are able to see the spire with a telescope from an amazing 241 kilometres away. If the Earth were a globe, then the spire would be actually a whole mile below the horizon. The Earth has a curvature? I don't think so. So let's take a look now at the idea that the Earth is spinning. Our common sense intuition tells us that the Earth is motionless. We have senses that detect changes in velocity. Why is it then, if you've, say, always lived in England, where the velocity of the Earth there is something around, I think it's 700 miles an hour, and you get on a plane and fly down to the equator, where it's actually spinning at over 1,000 miles an hour, why is it that you don't feel dizzy and notice the change in velocity? Well, we'll ignore that. There are many theories that supposedly show that the Earth is spinning. But I want to concentrate on one such theory, which is that the motion of the stars prove that the Earth is spinning. This theory proposes that the stars are static, fixed and unchanging, and it's the Earth that's spinning around at 1,000 miles an hour, and that the axis of spin is pointing at a particular star called Polaris, the pole star. So, from an observer on the Earth, it appears that the stars are spinning around the star Polaris. Now, Polaris is something like 2 quadrillion miles away, and as far as we know, the polar axis has always pointed at Polaris. So, the first obvious question is, if the Earth is wobbling on its axis and moving around the Sun, and also being dragged along with the rest of the solar system, how can it remain perfectly aligned with a star that's 2 quadrillion miles away? Well, we'll put that aside for the moment and just concentrate on the motion of the stars. If you were to set up a camera pointing at Polaris in the night sky and leave it on a long exposure, you'd get a pattern of star trails around Polaris, supposedly reflecting the 1,000 mile an hour spin of the Earth. But wait a minute, isn't the Earth orbiting the Sun at 67,000 miles an hour? And come to think of it, isn't the Sun moving through the galaxy at 600,000 miles an hour? Then why is it the only motion we see is the slowest one, when the orbit around the Sun is 67 times faster than the supposed spin of the Earth, and the motion of the Sun, dragging the solar system behind it, is 600 times faster than the spinning of the Earth? Something doesn't add up. The point is, you wouldn't see these perfectly circular star trails. If you took into account all the other relative motions, you just wouldn't see these perfect circles. Where is the motion? Where? The simplest answer is the Earth isn't spinning or orbiting or being dragged. The Earth is fixed, and it's the stars that are moving. So now let's turn our attention to the Sun. What do you think is wrong with this picture? Any idea? Well, take a look at the angle of the rays. If the Sun was 93 million miles away, as I show in this diagram, well, actually I can't really show 93 million miles to scale here, because if it was, the Earth would be probably in the next town. Point is that at that kind of distance, all the light rays from the Sun would be parallel near enough. And if you recall, Eratosthenes' calculation of the circumference of the Earth actually depends on the light being parallel from the Sun. So when the light shines through broken cloud, it would hit the ground parallel rather than at this kind of angle. So if you're able to measure the angle of these sun rays, you can basically, with a bit of simple geometry, figure out exactly how high the Sun is. And that turns out to be about 3,100 miles. And if you were going to try and hide this information, that the Sun is actually very close, perhaps you'd encode it in symbol. Does this look familiar? There are quite a few videos like this one where people send up their video cameras on weather balloons. One thing to note is where you can see a hot spot on the clouds directly under the sun, like here. You see it? Directly under the sun is a hot spot. Now, that would be impossible if the sun was 93 million miles away. But also note how the sun appears to move with the Earth. As the camera rocks about, you'll see the sun moving around with the Earth. Now again, if the sun was 93 million miles away, you wouldn't see that. Just like if you were on a speeding train, the trees next to the track will whiz past you, but the mountains in the distance would, well, they'd hardly move. And if the sun was behind those mountains, the sun wouldn't move at all. So just like in this diagram, you can see there's a sun a long, long way off and a sun that's directly above the kind of landscape. And as the camera is simulated to move here, you can see that the closer sun is moving with the simulated Earth here. But the one further away moves as if it was further away. You can see it hardly moves in relation to the Earth. Again, that's not what we see in these videos. The sun appears to be directly above the flat Earth. In the flat Earth model, the sun rotates around us and only appears to rise and set because of the way our vision works. We see in perspective. That is, the horizon is at our eye level, and as things recede from us, they tend to converge to the centre of that horizon line, to a place that's known as the vanishing point. Just as if you were standing at the end of a very long corridor, you would see that the walls would appear to converge. The floor would appear to rise up to meet the horizon, and the ceiling would also appear to move downwards. Of course, the walls and the ceiling are all parallel to each other, so they don't actually move anywhere, but it would just appear that way. And anything that lies beyond the vanishing point is effectively invisible to us. It's beyond the limit of our vision. The clouds in this picture are all at the same height, but the further they are away from you, the lower down in the sky they appear to be. And similarly, the further away the cloud shadows are on the ground, the higher up they appear to be. Now, try and watch the following video without the preconception that the sun rises and sets, but rather moves closer to you and then moves further away. I'm afraid I can no longer take the idea that the sun is 93 million miles away very seriously at all. So now let's turn our attention to the moon. Many of us have seen the moon appear full at various times throughout the day, as in this picture. But how can that happen? If you're standing at point C, then it's the middle of the night. Full moon, no problem. And if you're standing at point A, it's early in the morning. Certainly if you stare back at the moon in the night sky, then yes, you can see a full moon. But if you're standing at point B, which is midday, that is, the sun is directly overhead, then there isn't anywhere that the moon can be that will allow you to see it as full, because the sun will be illuminating the side of the moon that is facing away from you. So the best you'll be able to see is a sliver of the moon. Think about it next time you see the full moon during the day. Every month the moon goes through 8 distinct phases. Always the same 8, always the same order. supposedly because of a relationship between the position of the moon relative to the position of the Earth and the Sun. So let's say it's December, and throughout the month we see the normal 8 phases of the moon. But what happens when it's June and the Earth is supposedly on the other side of the Sun? Shouldn't the phases be reversed? That's not what we see. We see the same 8 phases in the same order. We are told that the moon is also spherical, but when we look at the moon, it seems to be lit uniformly over its entire surface. But if it was a sphere reflecting the sun, then that curved surface would display a highlight, and then that light would drop off as it went round the surface. But that's not what we see. The entire moon is lit uniformly. The quality of the light from the moon is completely different from the sun's light. The sun's light is hot, and it's shifted towards the yellow part of the spectrum, whereas the light from the moon is cold and more silvery. Heat is essentially infrared light. So in order for the moon to absorb the heat from the sun and not reflect it, it would have to be a deep green colour to absorb the infrared. So unless the moon is made out of green cheese, it is not reflecting the sun's light. It appears that the moon is not a sphere and it's not reflecting the sun, it is self-luminous. Also, we should be able to see a slightly different view of the moon depending on where on the globe Earth we happen to be. But this is not what we see. It doesn't matter where we are on Earth, we always seem to see the same view of the moon. Now, my friend Nolan pointed out that this is obviously a very exaggerated picture. The moon is supposedly 30 Earth diameters away from the Earth itself. But even so, that difference in position should give you a slight difference from point A to point B. But again, that's not what we see. So apparently the moon is 238,000 miles away. But if you just put that aside for a second and just look at the moon, perhaps you'll notice this. In this example, only the clouds close to the moon are lit up, not the clouds further away. That indicates that the moon is much, much closer than we've been told. Because if the moon were 238,000 miles away, then all the clouds should be illuminated, not just the ones closest to it. And here's an example of a schoolboy mistake. This is a famous picture from Apollo 8, which is entitled Earthrise. It was taken from above the moon's surface, looking back at the Earth. The only problem is, the Earth appears the same size as the moon appears from the Earth. But the Earth is 4 times the size of the moon. So it should have looked like this. Somebody screwed up. Now, there will be some people who still think we went to the moon. I can't believe that there are still people who think that 1969 technology went over 400,000 miles, managed to navigate to the moon using computers that were orders of magnitude less powerful than the first iPhone, passing through the immensely hazardous Van Allen radiation belts, which, by the way, NASA cannot figure out how to get through today, somehow landed on the moon, spent a delightful few days planting flags, playing golf, riding around on dune buggies, and then took off, or rather levitated off the lunar surface, only briefly nipping back to pick up the person operating the camera, and returned safely. And not just once, but 7 times. It's a fantasy. The whole thing is a fantasy. Everything you saw supposedly on the moon was in a soundstage using Stanley Kubrick's perfected front projection technology. And I'm not going to spend much time. There's plenty of evidence to show that it was completely faked. It was complete fantasy. Sorry, couldn't resist it. So, despite the Apollo moon hoax, there are people who still believe that man is in space, and we have all sorts of space vehicles and satellites and space stations up there. It's time to have a look at the space shuttle. So, let's take a look at a typical shuttle launch.
T-minus 17 seconds and countdown. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Now, I'd like to stop it there for a moment because I'd like to draw your attention to the shuttle's trajectory. Now, as a kid, I often wondered why it was that all rockets and space shuttle launches, they never ever went straight up. They always curved off to one side. Now, I remember being told at the time that it's because the Earth is spinning and the rocket is actually still going straight up, but from our point of view, we're just spinning away from it, so it looks curved. Well, you can't have it both ways. If that's the case, then when we jump into the air, we should land about a kilometre to the west. So you can't have it both ways. The quickest way into orbit would be straight up. Going horizontal would be the long way round. Let's continue.
Standing by for the throttle up call from Capcom speed prep.
Okay, at this point, the shuttle is horizontal. That is, it's not getting any higher, it's simply travelling horizontally along the ground. And as you'll see in a few seconds, when the booster rockets separate, they still fall to the ground under the influence of so-called gravity.
Discovery, you can go and throttle up.
Go and throttle up. Throttle up.
Throttle up, throttle down by Commander Steve Lindsay. Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
So, ground-based video ends there. Not because the shuttle's too high, but because it's too far away downrange. As I said, it's travelling horizontally at this point. So what's missing is what they call MECO, main engine cutoff. That means the shuttle no longer has any power behind it whatsoever. But after MECO is the external tank separation. As you can see from this diagram, when the tank separates, it falls back to Earth. So what's stopping the space shuttle following the same exact trajectory? Between main engine cutoff and this ohms burn, the space shuttle should follow the exact same trajectory as the external tank. But it magically does not, and conveniently there's no video cameras to show exactly what happens. The point here is that at external tank separation, both the shuttle and the external tank are subject to this so-called force of gravity. Neither the shuttle or the external tank are in space. And yet they want us to believe that there is an orbital maneuvering system which is capable of blasting the shuttle from this point, which is still in the Earth's atmosphere, into orbit. Well, the clue is in the name of the thing. Orbital maneuvering system, not orbital insertion system. Where's the fuel for this? There isn't an external tank anymore, so there isn't enough fuel to blast this shuttle into orbit, even from this height. And on the subject of height, where does space actually begin? In this shot, the space shuttle is supposedly in space, because the cargo bay doors are open. But you can see the features on the ground in great detail. In fact, you'd be hard pressed to see such detail from a passenger jet at 35,000 feet. Look, you can see roads and rivers and individual fields. Anyway, once the shuttle's completed its mission, it's now a glider. So let's have a look at a video of a glider landing. Now let's take a look at NASA's glider landing, and pay particular attention to the sound of non-existent jet engines powering down after landing.
Unlocked. Main gear touchdown. Nose gear touchdown. Deploying of the drag chute delayed to assess the conditions of the crosswinds on the orbiter as it rolls out on the runway 15 at the Kennedy Space Center, wrapping up a nearly 5.3 million mile mission. Endeavour returning the first educator mission specialist Barbara Morgan to Earth to begin the next step in her journey to inspire future generations to explore, learn, and build a better future.
Houston, Endeavour, wheel stop.
Roger, wheel stop, Endeavour.
Undoubtedly, the nice woman from NASA, employed to state the bleeding obvious, is there to distract you from the fact that it's a bloody jet plane, tarted up to look like a space shuttle. It's not a glider at all. You can clearly hear the jet engines powering down. When you look at the back of the space shuttle, you can see two odd-shaped pods. These are supposedly the orbital maneuvering system. On the front of these pods are two odd-shaped holes. Why would a rocket engine need some kind of air intake? Wouldn't it be dangerous to put such air intakes on the back of a shuttle, which on takeoff is going over 10,000 miles an hour? Wouldn't they just rip right off? Very strange. No, these holes are precisely what you'd have if you wanted to hide an air intake to a jet engine. So here's a conspiracy theory. If I was on the receiving end of upwards of 200 billion of taxpayers' money, perhaps this is what I would do. I'd spend a few million on some of what they call hero models. Space shuttle mock-ups that look the part, have lots of flashing lights and computer screens and stuff, but are not flyable. They'll end up collecting dust in museums anyway. Then I would have a few mock-ups that I would fly into space, but really would basically fly out of sight and ditch in the sea, getting destroyed in the process. Then I would spend a few million, perhaps even $1 billion, let's give the taxpayers their money's worth. Perhaps I'll spend $1 billion or so on developing a plane that looks like the space shuttle. There you go, job done. No refunds. So let's change the launch profile of the space shuttle for my new classified one. We have a remote controlled, full-size mock-up, basically nothing inside, just an empty shell. That's flown up on remote control, on essentially a big firework. Everything acts as normal, the booster rockets detach as normal, but when we get to the external tank separation, that doesn't actually happen. What actually happens is the tank and the shuttle fall back to Earth, where they ditch in the sea and get destroyed in the process. After the mission's complete, a space shuttle plane takes off from an undisclosed location and lands at an Air Force base in front of the TV cameras. Simple. Don't be ridiculous, Dave. You couldn't fake something like that. There'd be too many people involved, and the truth is bound to get out. Blam, 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 blam. The best example of space shuttle fakery is the Challenger disaster. In 1986, the shuttle Challenger exploded about 74 seconds after takeoff, killing all 7 astronauts inside. Or did it? It turns out that 6 of the 7 are still alive and kicking today. Ellison Onizuka claims to be his identical twin brother, Claude. Yeah, I've got an identical twin brother, Claude, too. The Challenger pilot, Mickey Smith, hasn't even bothered changing his name. He's now Professor Michael J. Smith of University of Wisconsin. Now, Krista McAuliffe was a bit of a sneaky one. She was the Challenger payload specialist, quite famous for being a teacher. It turns out during her astronaut days she was using her middle name, Krista, and now she goes by her first name, Sharon, and she's a Syracuse law professor. The Challenger commander, Francis Richard Scobie, is now Dick Scobie, which sounds like a rather unpleasant disease, CEO of Cows in Trees Limited. Judith Resnick, the Challenger mission specialist, again hasn't even bothered changing her name. She's a professor at Yale Law. And finally, Ronald McNair, another Challenger mission specialist, claims to be his identical twin brother, Carl McNair. What are the odds? And now we come to the imaginings of this man here. Arthur C. Clarke, Freemason and science fiction writer, came up with the concept of the telecommunications satellite. And several years later, we have thousands of telecommunications satellites supposedly spinning around the planet. Again though, strangely enough, if you try and look for images of communication satellites, despite the fact that there are thousands of these things up there, you don't actually find a photograph of them. Just lots and lots of CGI photoshopped images. The problem is that satellites inhabit a region of the upper atmosphere known as the thermosphere. It gets its name because the temperatures up there reach something in the order of 2,500 degrees centigrade. This is a source of some confusion. Although Wikipedia says that it reaches such high temperatures, it also says, paradoxically, that you wouldn't actually feel the heat because there's not enough air molecules up there to heat you up. Yeah, right. Doesn't quite work like that. The vacuum of space is actually a perfect insulator, which is why we use a vacuum barrier in thermos flasks. The heat from the inside cannot be conducted or convected to the outside. The sun's radiation does not actually heat space up. As I said, the vacuum is a perfect insulator. The sun's radiation traverses space until it hits some object. And when it does, that object absorbs the heat and the temperature rises and keeps rising. And without an atmosphere to conduct or convect the heat away, the temperature will rise up to and over 2,500 degrees. So the Hubble telescope, for instance, would look something like this. All the satellites and the Space Shuttle and the International Space Station, they would all be molten slabs of metal spinning around in orbit. But let's put that aside for a moment. There are supposedly between 25,000 and 50,000 satellites in orbit. But let's have a look at some videos supposedly from the International Space Station. Can you see any one of these 26,000 to 50,000 satellites? I can't. Commands a substantial view over the Earth's surface, and yet you don't see a single satellite. Now, I do accept that you can look up into the night sky and see what we're told are satellites. I've done it myself. I've seen bright lights moving across the sky, but I have no idea what those things are. In this video, you can see several large bright objects. However, none of them appear on any satellite tracking applications. When you look up at a jet airliner flying at 35,000 feet, you can only see it as a small dot. So how is it if something the size of a jumbo jet is rendered as a small dot at about 5 to 7 miles up, that you can see a satellite which is the size of between a car and a school bus at 100 miles away? You just wouldn't see it. At about this point, somebody's bound to say, what about the global positioning system? How would that work without satellites? Well, as it happens, the technology has actually been around since World War II. There are actually two systems, one called LORAN and another called DECA. Those were navigation systems based on radio triangulation. Now, the GPS systems that we're used to now are basically the same systems, just improved with a new computer interface. Similarly, the international telephone traffic that's supposedly handled by satellites are handled by undersea fibre optic cables. Shortwave radio can also span large distances and also be bounced off the ionosphere. So, in the absence of any hard physical evidence, I submit that satellites are just a work of fiction and another way that NASA and the US military managed to con the American public out of billions of dollars. So let's turn our attention to the International Space Station. This is one of those occasions where we can't really trust two-dimensional media, because all we have is images and video that supposedly prove that there's an International Space Station up there and it's been manned since 1999. One of the most visible indications that there are people up in space inside the International Space Station is that they're in zero gravity. However, NASA has an aircraft known as the Vomit Comet, And when this aircraft takes a certain flight path, the people inside feel weightlessness. So it's almost certain that NASA has an aircraft fitted out to look like the International Space Station's interior. Now take a look at this.
Hello, Katie.
Notice how suddenly as she starts to wave, she floats out of control.
This is so cool, isn't it? Hey, Katie, welcome aboard the space station. Look at this. Wow.
The same thing happens here. As the plane starts its zero-G dive, the people start to spontaneously float upwards. The other problem with this technique is that this aircraft can only simulate zero gravity in 45-second to a minute bursts. So NASA employs many little tricks here to simulate weightlessness. None of their footage is live, it's all pre-recorded and edited, so plenty of scope there to use some of the cinematic tricks that we're used to, like harnesses and wires that are edited out later with CGI. But here we can see one of the tricks they use to maintain continuity between periods of weightlessness. Take a look at this woman's hair. Doesn't it look a bit strange to you? Look how it seems to spring back into place. We're led to believe that this is an effect of weightlessness, that the hair will just sort of float around. But it doesn't quite seem natural, does it? Here's video from the vomit comet again. Watch the way this woman's hair flows as she moves. Seems quite obvious now that this is some kind of perm or hairspray, so that between periods of weightlessness we get that visual continuity. Now, there are plenty of examples of these gravitational anomalies, but I'm not going to spend too much time on it. I just wanted to show that all these things that you can see from NASA can be simulated and CGI'd up for your benefit. They don't seem to do any real scientific experiments up there. The effort seems to be just to get you to believe that they're there. That's it. There are also plenty of anomalies when you look at spacewalks. For footage of spacewalks on the exterior of the International Space Station, NASA will freely admit they have a huge swimming pool called the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, where they train their astronauts, and within this huge swimming pool they have a mock-up of the exterior of the International Space Station. I'm going to show you a video from a YouTuber called Jungle Surfer, who's done the best expose of spacewalking anomalies.
Another aspect of the illusion of space travel is spacewalks. These are faked inside a swimming pool. It's a custom-built swimming pool, and that's a great way to fake zero gravity. About 6 months ago, in 2013, a gallon of water leaked into one of their spacesuits in a matter of seconds. NASA doesn't really have a proper explanation for how on earth this could have happened. There shouldn't be water leaking into someone's helmet and a person almost drowning in space. How can you drown in space? They now wear snorkels to make sure that they don't drown in space. How can this be happening? A snorkel in space? There could be some water in the porous plate sublimator. When they were on the moon, they supposedly had about a gallon of water, but that cooling system is supposed to be well away from their head. There really is no sane explanation for why a gallon of water would leak into someone's spacesuit, unless you realize the whole thing is faked inside a swimming pool. In this scene, you can see the Chinese spacewalk, and you can see a bubble coming up from the guy's suit. How do you have a bubble in space? Space is supposed to be a vacuum, not a swimming pool. But it's obviously just a swimming pool filled with water. Obviously there would be some equipment that they could only fix from the outside, but a lot of these spacewalks It seems like equipment they easily could have configured to be accessible from the inside of the International Space Station. It seems more like an excuse to get out and show their other space trick, which is the faking of spacewalks in a swimming pool. In this vid, you catch a glimpse of someone wearing a scuba tank. Scuba tanks in space? Snorkels and scuba tanks in space? They act like a spacewalk is just a walk in the park, like there's very little danger involved at all. They're looking through the spacesuits. Oh, here's a spacesuit, we're going to go for a spacewalk. As if there's no danger at all, like they don't care. They don't care. They don't act like they're in a life-threatening situation, like they could die at any second, even though they can't. So you would think to preserve their life they would want to minimize the amount of spacewalking that they did. But there seems to be an abundance of equipment on the outside of the International Space Station that constantly requires repairing, which makes for a good TV spectacle and is inspired by movies like Sandra Bullock's Gravity. And after Gravity came out, they of course had to do another spacewalk to fix some emergency, some piece of equipment that their lives depend on that amazingly they can fix every time. But you know what? Thanks to the genius of the engineers at NASA, they employ snorkels in space now, so that should stop them from drowning.
Finally, I'm going to leave the last word to one of the astronauts themselves, when he made a tiny little slip-up during a question and answer session. Take note of his body language after he makes his mistake.
Hello, my name is Bailey. This question is for Chris. What was high school like for you?
Well, it was the 1980s, so the music was different, the hairstyle was different, the clothes we wore were different than today, but probably in 5 or 10 years it'll be the same. And in school, I was just like you, probably all of you there. I tried my best. I didn't always succeed, didn't always do well, but I put my best effort into school. Math and science were kind of my favorite subject. I didn't really like English and reading too much, but I've since grown out of that, and I enjoy reading now. And I played a lot of sports. And all of that happened in a little town called York, Maine, across the United States from where we're talking to you right now.
Whoops.
Called York, Maine, across the United States from where we're talking to you right now.
Hello, my name is Steve Owen. I'm a teacher here at Riverside Prep. I'd like to ask you about the stress associated with the long periods in the space station. I'd like to ask Karen, what is the training that you get to cope with that stress and related psychological issues?
Well, for psychological issues, actually, when we are selected as astronauts, we go through quite a vigorous psychological screening process. You certainly don't want somebody who comes up here and has a breakdown or is claustrophobic. But also, we have well, like Chris's background as a Navy SEAL and Luca's background as a test pilot clearly prepare them for high stress situations. I could also argue that going through the process of getting a PhD can be a high stress thing as well. And so generally when people get to the point where they're applying for this job, they've been through several things in their life that are high stress and have proven that they can handle.
Humans in space? I'm not even sure there is such a thing as space anymore. So, could the Earth really be flat? Most people, when they think of a flat Earth, immediately think, what happens when you get to the edge? Well, the flat Earth model is a flat circular disk with a north magnetic pole in the centre, and all the continents are laid out around it. On the edge of this disk is a wall of ice, and we call it Antarctica. There is no South Pole. That's why you can't fall off the flat Earth. The wall of ice keeps the oceans in and stops you from reaching the edge. Strangely enough, the only other place that this model is used is in the United Nations logo. Looks like they know something that we don't. As you can see on the UN logo, the Flat Earth map is overlaid with a grid. And that grid divides the Earth into 33 sections. And also, there's no Antarctica on this map. It's almost as if that grid were like bars, like a cell, locking us away from Antarctica, which is precisely what they're doing. The United Nations countries are all signatories to the Antarctica Treaty, which basically bans anybody from going to Antarctica. And if there's any absolute proof of either the globe Earth or the flat one, then I believe the answers would be in Antarctica. But before we examine Antarctica, I'd like to take a look at flights in the Southern Hemisphere. Now, this information came to me through Mark Sargent and his Flat Earth Clues. A lot of people say that Mark is a shill. I communicated with him over email. He seemed like a decent bloke. So I'm not going to say he's a shill. He has his ideas, his views, his perspectives, as I have mine, and everybody else has theirs. So I'm not going to say he's a shill. But nonetheless, his Flat Earth Clues were very well done, and I got a lot out of them. So thank you, Mark. The crux of this issue is the lack of direct flights in the Southern Hemisphere. I took a look at some of these flights and particularly focused on flights from Cape Town to Auckland, New Zealand. Generally, flights in the Southern Hemisphere tend to be indirect, with one or more connections and lengthy layovers. Such is the case with this one from Cape Town to Auckland. This flight came out around about 37 hours with a connecting flight in Dubai. Now if you look on a map, Cape Town to Auckland is a straight shot across the Indian Ocean, 7,310 miles. That should take about 12 hours. But in this case, we're taking thousands of miles north to Dubai, then back down south to Melbourne, and then across to Auckland. It doesn't make any sense. Until, that is, you look at it on the Flat Earth model. Now you can see it's a straight line from Cape Town to Dubai to Melbourne, and the distance is more like 16,000 miles. So the total journey time of 37 hours is there to hide the fact that your actual flight time is 26 hours rather than 11 or 12. Now, I did find one direct flight operated by Qantas, but who knows? The flight was 14 hours long, but does that flight actually exist? I don't know. Short of booking that flight and flying it, I wouldn't know. But it strikes me that you could advertise such a flight, price it beyond the reach of most people, and cancel it for anybody who does take it. But that's just speculation. Now, the GPS system would obviously show up any anomalies in the flight plan, but it seems they've found a very simple way of getting around that problem, and that is switching off GPS tracking for all flights in the Southern Hemisphere. Now, this is an image from Flight Tracker, and you can see straight off that in the Northern Hemisphere you will see planes over the ocean, but there are none in the Southern Hemisphere. Now, I spent some time looking at it on flighttracker.com, and I actually verified this information, but I couldn't capture the data on my computer. So here's a video of planes disappearing and reappearing off the tracking systems.
So hey guys, I'm on planefinder.net. I'm tracking airplanes in the Southern Hemisphere, trying to do some research to verify or debunk this flat Earth guy. And what he said is that airplanes disappear in the South Atlantic near the, in the Southern Hemisphere when they fly over oceans. And it's true. I was tracking a British Airways flight from Buenos Aires to London, and I was tracking, and then it disappeared. And then I clicked on this plane right here, Qatar. See how the flight path, like when you click on the plane, the flight path appears or disappears, right? So I clicked on this plane looking for my British Airways flight, and I found this flight, and look, see how the flight path just starts in the middle of nowhere right here? This flight path starts in the middle of nowhere. That's because what they do with flights in the southern hemisphere is they disappear them. They turn off the GPS over the ocean, and then they reappear the flights about an hour before landing. And that's exactly what the flat earth guys said they do. And that's exactly what they're doing. This guy's going to Rome. Okay. So this is a pretty good flight to track because it's going all the way to Europe. So I just clicked on this flight, same thing. This guy, we should have saw him before when we were tracking the other plane and when we were tracking this plane that's heading to Rome. But this guy, when we were tracking the plane headed to Rome, he wasn't even on the map. He's coming from Abu Dhabi. It's in the Middle East. He's been in the air for what, 12, 13, 14, 15 hours? He's been in the air for 7,000 miles, and we're just picking him up right here. We're just picking him up in the middle of nowhere. Look. They disappeared the flight over the entire ocean, and they're reappearing it for landing about an hour before landing. Think about it. He's got 500 miles to go. It's about an hour before landing, just like the flat earth guy said. I mean, take a look at what this guy's flight path should look like on a flat earth model. This stuff's crazy. You have to look into this for yourselves. Don't pretend like you know everything, because you only know what you've been taught, and we know that the stuff we've been taught was a bunch of bullshit. So we need to question everything. Question everything, but don't believe everything. Question everything. There's a big difference.
Now, I know a lot of this evidence seems circumstantial, but there are many flights in the southern hemisphere that have stopovers in seemingly nonsensical places that only make sense on a flat Earth. Santiago, Chile to Auckland, for instance, stops over in Los Angeles. Nonsensical on a globe makes perfect sense on a flat Earth. And the only way to verify these flight paths just happens to be switched off for all southern hemisphere flights. Circumstantial, I'll grant you, but compelling nonetheless. So let's take a close look at Antarctica. The first thing you'd encounter when you reached Antarctica would be a 200-foot wall of ice, followed by 300 miles of Antarctic desert. No life, no vegetation, and temperatures that drop to minus 100 degrees centigrade. And if you manage to survive that, then you encounter a mountain range 2 miles high. Those mountains are called the Rockefeller Mountains, and at the top is the Rockefeller Plateau. Interesting. And beyond that, nobody knows what's there. Apart from maybe one man, Richard E. Byrd. Admiral Byrd led 3 expeditions down to Antarctica. Now, the last 2 weren't just expeditions, they were military operations. Operation High Jump and Operation Deep Freeze. And here's Admiral Byrd explaining what he found down there.
Admiral Byrd, our guest tonight, is not only our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans. Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this Earth?
Yes, there is. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
That's a tremendous
So
challenge.
there's a lot of adventure left down at the bottom of the world.
Why this interest in the bottom of the world? Nobody living down there, is there?
It happens to be an untouched reservoir of natural resources.
What are they? What are the natural resources there?
Well, we've found enough of coal within 180 miles of the South Pole in a great ridge of mountains that's not covered with snow, enough to supply the whole world for quite a while.
Well,
that's the coal. Now there's evidence of many other minerals. We're pretty sure there's oil. Now that coal shows the bottom of the world. Now by far the coldest spot in the world. Where that coal is gets 100 below zero in the winter.
Well,
it was once tropical. So we think there's oil there, and there's evidence, probably uranium there. As I said, it's the most peaceful place in the world, but I don't think it will be for long because of this intense interest on the part of other nations and this nation. So I'm willing to say to you that there will be a number of expeditions that will follow, I think, year after year.
Immediately after Admiral Byrd's last expedition, the Antarctic Treaty was signed and nobody was allowed to go there. Bearing in mind all the mineral resources, unlimited coal, unlimited oil, uranium, and an entire continent the size of North America lying unexplored. Now, we're talking about countries who burn down rainforests without batting an eyelid, or put up drilling rigs at the merest sniff of oil, or destroy pristine countryside to build fracking wells. Do you think for one moment any of these countries or corporations will leave all that untapped wealth unexploited? Something doesn't ring true. Now, I don't know for sure that we live on a flat earth, but I do know that we're not clinging onto the surface of a ball. Now let's look at the how and why. How have they managed to pull this off? Well, indoctrination since childhood. There's pretty much a globe in every classroom, and it's just a given that the world is a sphere. Even our language reflects it. Global finance and around the globe. And when we're taught things in childhood and everything we look at supports that view, then we rarely go back and re-examine it. But far and away the main basis of our belief is the supposed history of our scientific endeavour. What most people don't realise is that all the characters in this story are all actors in the same club. As George Carlin put it, it's a big club and you're not in it. Ptolemy, who first put forward the heliocentric model, was acknowledged as the first Mason. Copernicus was a Jesuit priest. Sir Isaac Newton was a Freemason. All the astronauts are Freemasons. So you can see how this lie could work if all these celebrated people are telling the same story. Another way we're programmed is by centralized and complete control over space information and access to space. That control is held by the space agencies around the world, NASA and RASA and the European Space Agency. It turns out that NASA is essentially composed of Nazis. Look up Operation Paperclip. NASA was actually formed from Nazi scientists transplanted to America after the war. I need not remind most people that the Nazi approach to propaganda is if you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. And finally, we've had decades of programming through entertainment media, over 100 years of science fiction books and stories and television programs and films. I must admit to being a science fiction fan myself. I grew up watching Star Trek, Star Wars, Babylon 5, Battlestar Galactica, watching films like 2001, 2010. I truly believed that our future lay in space. I saw an exciting future for mankind, moon bases, Mars bases, interstellar travel. But now I sincerely doubt there is any such thing as space. It turns out that the Bible had a very clear conception of what the Earth and the universe looks like. And that matches the flat Earth model more than it does the globe. And that only leaves why. Why have they done this? What's the point of this grand deception? I think Eric Dubay explains it best.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, our eyes and experience tell us the Earth is flat and motionless, and everything in the sky revolves around us. But when we cease to believe our own eyes and experience, we have to prostrate ourselves at the feet of these very pseudo-scientists who are blinding us, treat them as experts, astronomical priests who have special knowledge only they can access, like the Hubble telescope. So by brainwashing us of something so gigantic and fundamental, it actually makes every other kind of lesser indoctrination a piece of cake. Earth being the flat, fixed center of the universe around which everything in the heavens revolves gives a special importance and significance not only to Earth, but to us humans, the most intelligent among the intelligent designers' designs. By turning Earth into a spinning ball thrown around the sun and shot through infinite space from a godless Big Bang, they turn humanity into a random, meaningless, purposeless accident of a blind, dumb universe. So it's like trauma-based mind control, beating the divinity out of us with their mental manipulations. People are always asking, why do they do this? I mean, other than the obvious profit margin motive, NASA being the biggest black budget black hole in existence, sucking in over $30 billion taxpayer money for the fake moon landings alone. Nowadays, hundreds of billions of dollars, and not just NASA, but RASA and all the other fake space organizations around the world giving CGI images for hundreds of billions of dollars. So this modern atheist Big Bang heliocentric globe Earth chance evolution paradigm spiritually controls humanity by removing God or any sort of intelligent design and replaces purposeful divine creation with haphazard random cosmic coincidence. And so by removing Earth from the motionless center of the universe, these Masons have moved us physically and metaphysically from a place of supreme importance to one of complete nihilistic indifference. If the Earth is the center of the universe, then the ideas of God, creation, and a purpose for human existence are resplendent. But if the Earth is just one of billions of planets revolving around billions of stars and billions of galaxies, then the ideas of God, creation, and a specific purpose for Earth and human existence become highly implausible. So by surreptitiously indoctrinating us into their scientific materialist sun worship, not only do we lose faith in anything beyond the material, we gain absolute faith in materiality, superficiality, status, selfishness, hedonism, and consumerism. If there's no God and everyone's just an accident, then all that really matters is me, me, me. So they've turned Madonna and the mother of God into the material girl living in a material world. Their rich, powerful corporations with their slick sun cult logos sell us idols to worship, slowly taking over the world while we tacitly believe their science, vote for their politicians, buy their products, listen to their music, watch their movies, all sacrificing our souls at the altar of materialism. It's a big deception. I'd say it's the biggest cover-up and conspiracy in history. We've been completely deluded for 500 years.
This is especially meant for the open-minded skeptics who honestly believe that we live on a ball, flying, twirling, and vortexing through the vacuum of space. I was once like you. I believed in the globe and the heliocentric model. I never wanted to be a flat earther. But, like many others here, I'm willing to accept even an unpopular truth, regardless of the consequences. And I will spread that truth to the best of my ability. I have never made a penny on the flat earth. I don't have anything to sell to you. I don't want your donations. I don't monetize my YouTube channel. And I don't particularly care if you subscribe. I am not here for fame. I don't want you to join any group or appoint any leader. Other than maybe your friendship, I want nothing from you. I am only here to share what I strongly believe is the truth. And the truth is that the Earth is flat and stationary. Initially, it's a frightening truth, as it rocks the very foundations of your understanding of how the world works. And maybe, more importantly, how much you are controlled. For me, Flat Earth is the catalyst to break the chains that mentally, spiritually, physically, and scientifically bind humanity. And that's why it is so important to me and why I traveled here to discuss the Flat Earth reality with you. Are we Flat Earthers illiterate flunkies who dropped out of kindergarten? Or maybe you think we're a group of religious zealots who deny anything associated with science. That's how the media repeatedly describes us, but they are deceiving you. Personally, I graduated from college, magna cum laude. I even have a master's and a Juris Doctorate. Yes, I took astronomy in college and I got an A. I know the official globe narrative pretty well, and there are many others like me. Because of those many years of indoctrination, it took me hundreds of hours of arduous research and experimentation before I would accept the flat earth truth. It did not come easy. I studied every possible globe objection very well, but as I will try to show you today, the flat earth evidence is overwhelming and far outweighs the evidence of the globe, which is based primarily on conformity and name-calling. We get it. It's psychologically hard to force yourself to honestly investigate the flat earth. But it is the truth. It's beautiful. And it changes everything. Here is an axiom. Governments lie. If you have any common sense, you know that governments do indeed lie, and often. But maybe you reasonably think the flat earth lie is too big. That is a valid objection and something I want to address. I mean, how could so many people be in on this conspiracy? The answer is what I call institutionalized conformity. Like many here, my flat earth journey started somewhere else. We could talk about the lies of central banking, the Rothschilds and other banking dynasties, the lies of World War I and II, the CFR and the Trilateral Commission, vaccinations. We could even talk about Sandy Hook and the Boston bombing. They'd probably throw me in prison for that, and we don't have all day. So for time constraints, let's begin with Vietnam and the Gulf of Tonkin. Not many people have heard of the Gulf of Tonkin incident, even though the United States Congress declared war on North Vietnam after the claimed unprovoked August 4th, 1964 naval attacks in international waters against America by North Vietnam. After the supposed August 4th attacks by North Vietnam, the United States Congress passed the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, which granted President Lyndon Johnson the authority to assist any Southeast Asian country whose government was considered to be jeopardized by communist aggression, thus bringing America into the Vietnam War. LBJ recognized the importance of the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution when he quipped that the resolution was like Grandma's nightshirt. It covers everything. A few days after the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution was passed, President Johnson stated, "Hell, those damn stupid sailors were just shooting at flying fish." As the president alluded, the August 4th, 1964 attacks never happened. It was fake, phony. It was artifice. And all investigations have indicated the same. The Gulf of Tonkin incident is now an admitted hoax perpetrated by the U.S. government. Humanity was lied to, and America went to war under deliberate false pretense. And there's nothing funny about that. A major, catastrophic evil war was fought as a result of this fabricated event. Hundreds of thousands of people died as a consequence of this conspiracy. But here's my question to you. How many people were punished as a result of this admitted heinous lie that led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands? 0. I would think wide-scale murder and treason would be of some concern to our enforcement agencies, but it doesn't seem like they cared. So, we have a huge, whopping lie that led to hundreds of thousands of deaths that is whitewashed by our governments, our media, academia, and our police enforcement agencies. Are big lies possible? Gulf of Tonkin says yes. Let's talk about Operation Northwoods. Operation Northwoods was an admitted Department of Defense 1962 memorandum that called for the CIA or other U.S. government operatives to commit acts of terrorism against American civilians and military targets, blaming them on the Cuban government and using it to justify a war against Cuba. Damn, that sounds familiar. The plans detailed in the document include the possible assassination of Cuban emigres, sinking boats of Cuban refugees on the high seas, hijacking planes, blowing up a U.S. ship, and orchestrating violent terrorism in U.S. cities. The treasonous U.S. Department of Defense was openly proposing to commit acts of terrorism against American civilians in U.S. cities. It was the proposed murder of Americans, so that America would go to war to murder others. Fortunately, these proposals were allegedly rejected by John F. Kennedy. I'm not so sure if that helped Kennedy's career, though. Are big conspiracies possible? The Department of Defense thought so. Which brings us to 9/11. Regardless of whether the United States committed this horrific act of terrorism against its citizens directly, or whether the U.S. government was just an accessory in the commission of, or after the fact, Building 7 is the smoking gun proof of this huge conspiracy, as Building 7 was not allegedly hit by an airplane, and yet it collapsed symmetrically and at free fall speeds. I'm sorry, but office fires cannot collapse a steel-constructed building symmetrically and at free fall speeds. It is nonsense. More than 3,000 licensed architects and engineers have said the same, and the numbers keep growing. Even a group of academic engineers in Alaska recently reached the same conclusion, but you didn't hear about that on the news. Interestingly, just a few weeks ago, CNBC senior analyst and former anchor Ron Insana openly stated that Building 7 was brought down by controlled demolition. Again, you probably didn't hear about that. Why were there no mainstream discussions of Building 7, an obvious demolition that would have had to have been wired to explode long before September 11th? Why didn't you hear about this gentleman, Barry Jennings, who is now dead? He actually worked for the government in Building 7. Jennings was a very credible witness. He was the deputy director of the Emergency Services Department for the New York City Housing Authority, and he worked in Building 7 on 9/11. He described an abandoned building and then explosions in the lower levels of Building 7 before any of the other two towers came down. I don't want to make this a conference about 9/11, but 9/11 proves to any sensible, truth-seeking person that we have been lied to on a massive scale, and our governments, media, academia, military, police forces, and major institutions aren't there to provide the truth or to punish those evildoers. Instead, these institutions are there to only control the narrative and make sure we the people do not get out of hand. Please go to AE 9/11 Truth to learn more. One other thing 9/11 indicates is that the evil cabal that controls things has hired hundreds of propagandists, publications, so-called experts, media darlings, and their agents who do nothing but belittle truth seekers, lie, and promote the official narrative. These despicable sellouts are the scum of the earth, and they are everywhere. Unlike Big Brother in the book 1984, our Ministry of Truth uses a conglomeration of governments, institutions, schools, media, companies, religions, and their agents to control us from every direction while operating under the grand illusion of separation. There are no checks and balances. Are big lies possible? 9/11 unequivocally says yes. I'm going to speak about the phony NASA moon landings tomorrow, but one thing you should note is that every government and all of our media outlets and other institutions claim that these wire-dangling astronauts landed on the moon 50 years ago. These liars supposedly fell at 4,000 miles per hour in this piece of junk that was never flown even once on Earth. They then later attached a fold-up dune buggy and lived 3 days in this untested papier-mâché craft in the harshest environment imaginable. They want you to believe that NASA operated this camera 234,000 miles away while it panned and zoomed out in real time while filming this ridiculous contraption that's obviously missing the thrust from the end of the nozzle. You can even see telltale signs of 1960s movie backdrops during all of the alleged landings. Are big conspiracies possible? Yes, without question. The phony moon landings, 9/11, and Gulf of Tonkin prove that these bastards can lie to us big time and that none of our major institutions are there to help us expose them or hold them accountable. These evil people have lied to us repeatedly, so why would you trust them? The truth is left to us, you, me, and the grassroots community. Which brings us to the flat earth. In every nation and in every city, schools consider the shape of the earth a fundamental scientific fact, and that supposed fact is repeatedly taught from day one all the way through graduate school. Yet no one has seen this globe or its curvature or its effects, but it's still taught as a fundamental fact based solely on faith in our institutions. Much like Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny, the globe is truly a faith-based religious system with the Big Bang, gravity, and nature as our creators. In addition to incessant educational programming, the spherical earth is shown in countless movies, television shows, video games, books, comics, newspapers, businesses, and websites. Pay attention. They put the sphere and the alleged curvature in nearly everything in the media. It is no exaggeration that every day there's a news story, new movie, picture, or show regarding so-called space supporting your understanding of the globe Earth and outer space. The globe indoctrination is ubiquitous and unrelenting. Moreover, the spherical earth is fully supported by every major religion: Catholics, Protestants, Mormons, Muslims, Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism. All major religions support the spherical earth. There is no other symbol that is shown with as much pride and zeal than the globe earth. Moreover, the term flat earther is a well-known pejorative term to refer to someone as anti-science or anti-facts. If you ever want to ruin your reputation among a group of people, just refer to yourself as a flat earther, and the mocking will begin by even your closest loved ones. I guarantee that every flat earther here knows this as a personal fact. Ask yourself, why does questioning the globe earth cause such a knee-jerk, negative emotional response? Like Pavlov's dogs, when you mention the flat earth to anyone, almost without exception, the listener will be enraged, salivating at the mere mention of it. We get it, but please, try to set aside that Pavlovian response and just allow yourself to have a legitimate discussion with us, even out of intellectual curiosity. So what has caused we flat earthers, who probably number in the millions now, to abandon our educational foundations, all mainstream science, every major religion, and all of our news, entertainment, and media to support an idea that is even used as a slanderous term to refer to someone as an idiot? In a nutshell, flat earth is about hundreds, if not thousands, of grassroots tests, experiments, and observations that consistently belie the globe model. New experiments, tests, and observations are coming out every day from every nation, unequivocally indicating that the globe is false, and we truly do live on a flat and stationary earth. There is no faith involved. It's a testable fact. But I'm going to show you right now who's to blame for the flat earth revolution. Here are the three primary culprits: the curvature formula, the Nikon P900, and YouTube. Those three things changed my life forever, and it shocked me to my core. Culprit 1, the curvature formula. Back in 1838, Samuel Rowbotham tested the purported Earth's curvature with a telescope standing 8 inches above the water while he watched a boat remain visible for a distance of 6 miles, which should have been impossible under the official globe dimensions. In fact, the boat should have been mathematically hidden 16 feet below the horizon, but it wasn't. Rowbotham's book, Zetetic Astronomy, is a must-read, where he includes many other tests as well. In Zetetic Astronomy, Rowbotham introduced the world to the curvature formula. Now, I understand Romania uses the metric system, however, I'll be using mostly the imperial system for simplicity, so please bear with me. I want everyone in the audience to please show me by raising your hands how many of you know the answer to this question. 8 inches per? Please, everyone say it with me. 8 inches per mile squared. How did an entire audience know this mathematical expression? 8 inches per mile squared represents how much a distant object should be hidden below the horizon from a ground level view based on the official mathematical dimensions of the Earth. That is a ball Earth with a circumference of 24,901 miles. The curvature formula is a mathematical certainty for all observable distances with respect to the imaginary globe Earth. Roll-Botham stated the curvature drop formula very well. If the Earth is a globe and is 25,000 English statute miles in circumference, the surface of all standing water must have a certain degree of convexity. Every part must be an arc of a circle. From the summit of any such arc there will exist a curvature or declination of 8 inches in the first statute mile. In the second mile, the fall will be 32 inches. In the third mile, 72 inches or 6 feet, as shown in the following diagram. So, at 1 mile, a distant object should drop 8 inches. Not a big deal. But let's look at 4 miles. Remember, 8 inches per mile squared, you square the miles. 4 miles times 8 inches divided by 12 equals 10.6 feet. A curvature drop of 10.6 feet at just 4 miles. Now wait a second, we could take binoculars out and easily see 4 miles on a clear day. What about a distance of 8 miles? 8 miles times 8 inches divided by 12 equals 43 feet or 13.1 meters. Now, I bet there are a few people here who have stood at the edge of a lake on a clear day with binoculars and could see the shore on the other side 8 miles away. But there should have been roughly a drop of 43 feet. Let's be clear, there is an adjustment for observation height, but even at an observation height of 6 feet above the water and a distance of 8 miles, 17 feet should be hidden by the curvature of the Earth, and yet you can see people walking on the beach at the opposite shore. I have an older friend of mine who grew up in a house right next to Utah Lake. He immediately knew there was a problem when presented with the fact about 8 inches per mile squared, because throughout his life, when visibility was high, he would take binoculars out and could see the other shore 10 miles away. So how much drop should there be at 10 miles or 16.1 kilometers? 10 times 10 times 8 inches divided by 12 equals 67 feet or 20.4 meters. This is a 67-foot statue. Does anyone here think they've seen this much curvature drop at 10 miles? This entire statue would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth at only 10 miles away. No one has seen this curvature, and the flat Earth video evidence is overwhelming. What about 20 miles? 266-foot drop. 50 miles. 1,666-foot drop. 100 miles. 6,667-foot drop. As you can see, at 100 miles distance, the curvature drop is so substantial that it would hide a 6,667-foot tall mountain like this one here, Mount Drum in Alaska. The prominence of this mountain is 6,710 feet, very close. How many people have witnessed a drop this tall while driving 100 miles along a coastal road? You can see 100 miles with a high zoom camera. No one has witnessed this curvature. The Suez Canal, as shown in this video, is 120 miles long. Under your official globe model, that's a curvature drop of 9,600 feet or 2,926 meters. That's about the prominence of Mount Shasta, shown here. Do you see a curvature drop of 9,600 feet along the Suez Canal in this video that could hide Mount Shasta? I don't. Another important question is, why haven't you ever heard about the very fun fact that the Earth supposedly drops at 8 inches per mile squared? Everyone's heard of E equals mc squared, and no one can apply that to reality. But up until just a few years ago, no one ever heard of the Earth's supposed curvature drop of 8 inches per mile squared, even though every person should see this on a daily basis. Imagine how fun that would be in a classroom to demonstrate the shape of the Earth by measuring the supposed curvature drop of a city that's 30 miles away, by using a simple math that a 10-year-old would comprehend. But no one was ever taught this in a classroom, not even in surveying courses. Why? The 8 inches per mile squared formula is very accurate over all visible distances. Let me reiterate. 8 inches per mile squared isn't some math we flat earthers made up. These are the actual factual numbers based on the official dimensions of the Earth, and you are welcome to do the math or plug the information into engineering software to verify it. I didn't believe it at first, and even Google used to falsely claim that it was only 8 inches per mile. I had to double check the math on AutoCAD just to be sure. It is a mathematical certainty that does not fit with actual repeated observations and tests. You do have to consider the height of the observer, and so you subtract the distance to the alleged globe horizon from your distance to the object. For example, I use a distance to the globe horizon calculator like this one. So, if I'm on the beach observing at 6 feet height, the maximum horizon distance under the globe would only be 3 miles. If I'm looking at an object at 10 miles distance across the water while standing at the water's edge, I first subtract the 3 miles distance to the horizon to get 7 miles distance, and then I apply the 8 inches per mile squared formula. So 7 times 8 inches divided by 12 equals 33 feet. That means for an observer 6 feet tall at the water's edge, that object 10 miles away should be hidden behind 33 feet of curvature. That's huge. That's measurable and testable. Or you can simply input the information here on this calculator. It is very accurate over all observable distances, those distances under 500 miles. The globe model proof relies upon an implausible story about a well and a shadow in ancient Egypt that has varying interpretations. In contrast, flat earthers rely on actual, concrete measurements that anyone can make to measure the supposed curvature of the Earth if there was one. Here's an infamous example of the curvature problem. How many people here can quote this weatherman? What you're seeing here is a mirage. Why is he saying that? Because the entire city of Chicago should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Does that look like a mirage to you? Of course it's not. It's bullshit. Everyone here probably had warning bells go off when you heard that weatherman make that ridiculously false statement. That is no mirage. That is a direct line of sight that is often obstructed by haze, miraging, atmospheric distortion, weather, or larger, closer waves and swells that have a larger respective angular size. The hired liars out there will use these obvious atmospheric distortions or large swells and waves as proofs of the curvature. Don't let the deceivers trick you, because they're going to try. Here's another one. In this clip, the news lady again says that you're seeing a mirage. It's a photograph from Michigan to Milwaukee at a distance of 80 miles. The top of the tallest building in Milwaukee should be 3,102 feet below the horizon, according to the spherical model, but we can see much of the city line. Do you think that's line of sight or selective curvature hopping mirages that just happen to present a flat Earth? Can you allow yourself to see the problem here? I don't care if you believe me right now, but you as a rational thinking individual need to grab your telescope and your binoculars and head out to the lake or ocean on a calm, high visibility day without miraging, and you will see the flat Earth for yourself. We see too far. There is no Earth curvature at 8 inches per mile squared. That is a fact. That brings us to culprit 2. What would have happened if Rowbotham in 1838, who was claiming that he could see too far, could have live streamed his 6-mile test on YouTube? Well, maybe things would have been different. The YouTube platform enabled hundreds, if not thousands of us to conduct similar curvature and other tests, like Rowbotham. YouTube enabled us to share our observations with millions of people, and they could see it for themselves. Flat Earth is founded on repeatable observations and tests that anyone here can perform, and millions of people are seeing the truth despite the overwhelming propaganda and censorship that is now happening. Flat Earthers don't say, believe us. Flat Earthers say, believe no one. Test it for yourself. Because of the Flat Earth revolution, YouTube has taken active steps to stop the Flat Earth on its website, as openly stated in Congress by the president of YouTube, as shown right here. Yes, the president of YouTube proclaimed that YouTube would suppress Flat Earth and promote the official story, and it's YouTube's official policy. And so it's hard to find genuine Flat Earth researchers anymore. YouTube is now actively banning and suppressing peace-loving people like me, while simultaneously promoting the official globe narrative. But Google's censorship cannot undo what has been done. Humanity has discovered that there is indeed no curvature to the Earth, and that truth will not be suppressed because you can see it for yourself with merely a telescope or high-zoom camera. Even though it has become a bastion of censorship now, I still want to thank YouTube for its unwitting help, and especially those first Flat Earth pioneer YouTubers like Eric Dubay, ODD Reality, Mark Sargent, Jeranism, Rob Skiba, DITRH, Mr. Thrive and Survive, My Perspective, P-Brain, Glowbusters, the speakers here, and so many more. Thank you. Now we're to the third culprit for the Flat Earth Revolution. We already discussed the curvature chart, but now we're going to test its application, which brings us to the Nikon P900. They now have a Nikon P1000, but this P900 changed everything. Nikon made it easy and affordable to zoom in at 83 times magnification, record it, and then upload the video to YouTube and other video sharing sites. I thought flat earthers were maybe faking their tests, so I bought this camera so I could see it for myself. Flat earthers aren't faking anything. Unlike the globe model propagandists, you don't have to trust us. Flat Earth isn't word of mouth anymore. I can show you the actual video proof again and again and again. Before I start discussing the proofs of the Flat Earth, it's necessary to first address the ridiculousness of the official heliocentric model, because you probably haven't really thought about it. I didn't. I just parroted information in my classrooms to get the grade. Shockingly, very few people even know what the official heliocentric model is. Let's just cover a few of the numbers. If you believe in official heliocentrism, you believe that the wobbling and tilted Earth is rotating 1,037 miles per hour at the equator. The speed of sound is 767 miles per hour, so the ground you're standing on, at least on the equator, is allegedly moving at 1.4 times the speed of sound. Can you think of any evidence of the Earth's rotation? Wouldn't you think that this movement would be evident in the atmosphere, that airplanes, clouds, and weather balloons would be affected by the ground's movement at 1,037 miles per hour? The fact is that there's no evidence of the ground's rotation whatsoever. Foucault pendulums and the supposed Earth's Coriolis effect are nonsense. They are absurd lies. Second, if you believe in heliocentrism, you believe that the Earth is moving in its orbit around the Sun at 66,600 miles per hour. Even Einstein said you can't detect the Earth's movement by any optical experiment. So why do you believe in this nonsense other than you just take it on faith? But it doesn't end there. Next, the official model says that the Sun is also moving at approximately 450,000 miles per hour, and all of the planets are somehow being dragged by the Sun's gravity as the Sun rockets through space around the Milky Way galaxy. With all these inconceivable and undetectable movements, the North Star has remained fixed, year after year, and has been that way throughout recorded history. Next, you believe the entire Milky Way galaxy, including our Sun and the North Star, is traveling at 1.34 million miles per hour towards the constellation Hydra. If you believe in heliocentrism, you believe the Earth is moving in a vortex through space like this at over 1 million miles per hour. Of course, this video isn't correctly scaled, but it's even more ridiculous when you think of it correctly scaled. But I want you to think about this. All of the so-called planets and their moons are all supposed to be on the same plane with the Sun, but rocketing with the Sun at unimaginable speeds, being pulled by gravity. How would gravity hold these planets on the same plane as the Sun? How surprised would you be at firing a bowling ball, representing our Sun, and then have tiny BBs up to 3,000 feet away orbiting around the zooming bowling ball, Sun, and still maintaining the same speed with the bowling ball? It's nonsense, especially when you consider that those tiny BBs have other tiny BBs rotating around them, all maintaining the same plane with our bowling ball Sun. Think about comets that zip away from the Sun to then, 70 years later, like Halley's Comet, to catch back up with the Sun on a tabular schedule. Are these comets attached by rubber bands? How did they catch back up? I don't care how many degrees you have. This is stupid. Look at this footage of star trails. Think of how impossible it would be to film these trails as the Earth is supposedly wobbling, tilted, rotating at 1,000 miles per hour, orbiting at 66,600 miles per hour, and chasing after a Sun zooming at 450,000 miles per hour. As pointed out in the book Kings Dethroned, modern astronomy is built upon shameful blunder after shameful blunder. It's fascinating how few honest, educated people have found these blunders. But that's the power of institutionalized conformity. Even the most educated become nothing but mere parrots of their institutions. But let's get to some of the proofs of the flat earth. For those who have been watching my YouTube channel, some of these tests are repeats, so please be patient. This video is really meant for the skeptics. Exhibit 1. Reservoir 6.3 mile sun reflection test. What you're seeing right now is my first curvature test back in April 2016. I had been researching flat earth since October 2015, but this was the first time I tested it with my Nikon P900. I chose a distance of 6 miles because I wanted to test whether Rowbotham was telling the truth. He was. In this test, my wife was carrying a mirror at the opposite end of a reservoir, reflecting the sunlight from 6.3 miles away. I watched my wife place the mirror into the water. However, under the globe model, and that's taking the observation height into consideration, my wife should have been entirely obstructed by the curvature with a target hidden height over 12 feet. 12 feet should have been hidden by the alleged curvature, but there is simply no curvature over that her reservoir. I also want to quickly address the globe refraction argument. This is a still from the video. Here it is cropped and zoomed in. Here is a picture of what it looks like on the opposite shore, and you can see the strange branch that projects horizontally. If 12 feet should have been hidden behind the curvature, then my footage from 6.3 miles should have looked something like this. But the globe liars out there will claim that this 12-foot section hopped the curvature and is a mirage. But here's the problem with that. If this 12-foot section inexplicably hopped the curvature, then why didn't the rest of the view get distorted? There would be a cascading distortion effect. As you can see, there is no distortion accounting for this curvature hopping. Exhibit 2, Utah Lake 7.53 mile spotlight test. This was my next flat earth test at Utah Lake in May 2016. This time my wife was carrying a spotlight 7.53 miles away, and I watched her place the spotlight right up to the water's edge. At 7.53 miles, my wife should have been entirely hidden by the curvature with a target hidden height of 21 feet. As you can see, the water is calm and flat. Obviously, this isn't a mirage. This is a direct line of sight to the other shore. In order to see this far, you need very calm water, without miraging or atmospheric distortion. Be cautious, the liars out there will take pictures of distant mirages and call that the missing curvature. Exhibit 3, Utah Lake 7.53 mile frozen spotlight test. For this test, I reversed the previous Utah Lake test and I conducted this test in freezing conditions. Like the last time, my wife's spotlight should have been hidden 21 feet below the horizon. What's also important about this video is the fact that all of the lights and the reflections are symmetrical. A globe supporter wants you to believe that the spotlight is selectively arcing over the curvature, which is absurd. But if that's the case, then how come all of these lights are symmetrical, like they're above a mirror? Which of these lights are mirages? Which ones are selectively jumping over the hump of curvature? You would not see this unmistakable mirror symmetry if the globe model refraction claim was correct. Furthermore, my wife carried the spotlight from 50 feet up to the water surface. When did she turn into a mirage? Notwithstanding the absurd objections, it is obvious that the lake is flat. Water seeks its own level. So long as viewing conditions are clear, the globe model fails again and again. But don't trust me. Go out and do these tests yourself. Exhibit 4, the horizon test. What is the horizon? Under the globe model, the horizon is a physical barrier caused by the alleged curvature. Under the globe, the horizon marks the point where the water or ground geometrically begins to obscure distant objects. This is the official position. As I mentioned earlier, you can use a calculator like this one to determine the distance to the alleged globe physical horizon. In contrast, the flat earth model says that the horizon is a matter of perspective. Artists get it. You'll see the same in a long corridor or in a tunnel. Just like how railroad tracks meet at the horizon, the ground and the sky similarly meet at the horizon. Do you think it's just coincidence that railroad tracks come together at the horizon? No, this is all a matter of perspective and has nothing to do with the physical curvature barrier. You can see this truth of perspective by just looking at the clouds at the horizon. You can see that the clouds follow perspective lines and are not bending around a curvature. In fact, you don't see any bending of clouds to match the curvature whatsoever. This is how sunsets work on a flat Earth. I have spent a lot of time and effort in testing the alleged globe horizon, and the globe model does not match reality whatsoever. For this horizon test, I was at the Great Salt Lake in Utah. I was observing a small piece of land at a distance of 1.34 miles. I brought the camera down to just a few inches above the water. Under the globe model, at just a few inches above the water, the horizon could not be further than 0.7 miles away. That's the maximum horizon distance under the globe model. There should not be any water visible beyond 0.7 miles, but you can clearly see the horizon extending many miles further than possible under the globe model. The naysayers will claim that this is a mirage, or that the water is selectively refracting. Think about that. They're claiming that the bulge of water disappeared in front of the peninsula and then rose up miles beyond the peninsula, but did not affect the peninsula with this magical act. The refraction excuse is nonsense, and each observation I've shown you so far clearly proves that. Exhibit 5, BMLS B69 and the oil platforms. This video is from my friend BMLS B69 in California. For this video, he's at an elevation of 105 feet. There are 3 oil platforms he's filming. The closest one is at 10.9 miles, the second is at 21.9 miles, and the third is at 26.4 miles. From that elevation, the horizon line cannot be further than 12.6 miles. In other words, under the globe model, the horizon should appear before the second platform, and 59 feet of the second platform should be hidden by the curvature. As you can see with your own eyes, the horizon is not only beyond the second platform, the horizon is beyond the third platform, further than 26.4 miles. 130 feet of the third platform should have been hidden below the horizon, but none of the platform is obstructed. We know this since the horizon is beyond the third platform. Did the bulge of water selectively disappear from in front of the second platform and then reappear well beyond the third platform? And this disappearing and reappearing magic effect happened all without affecting the 2 platforms themselves? Are you skeptics starting to see the problem with the globe yet? What do you do when the evidence you can reasonably gather completely contradicts your indoctrinated presumptions? Will you allow yourself to question your indoctrination, or will you hold fast to your comfortable conformity? I can show you many more of these horizon tests, all proving the globe model faults, but let's get to some of the laser tests. Exhibit 6, D. Marble's 10-mile laser test. This laser test was by D. Marble. In this case, the person holding the laser was at 7 feet, shooting the laser at a distance of 10 miles. At 10 miles under the globe model, the observer would have to be at a height of 30 feet in order to see the laser source. Instead, you can see the source of laser at just inches above the water. That water is flat, and the laser source proves that it is not being obscured behind the curvature. The liars have tried to confuse the issue by claiming that the laser wasn't level, but that's entirely irrelevant, since if the laser was angled downward, it would have hit the alleged curvature quicker. If the laser was pointed upward, then the observers would still not have seen the source, because the source of the laser would still have been hidden behind the alleged curvature. This footage would be impossible if we were living on a globe. Exhibit 7, Dr. John Dee's 9.5-mile laser test. Now, the following test was by Dr. John Dee, who has a PhD in spectrophotometry. Like many other tests he has conducted, Dr. John goes through painstaking detail to confirm that over a distance of 9.5 miles, there's absolutely no curvature. 39 feet should have been hidden. Dr. John repeatedly took sea and air temperatures, height, weather, humidity, and atmospheric readings. This is a legitimate scientist proving that we've been told a lie. Exhibit 8, FE Core 25-mile laser test. FE Core is an independent scientific foundation. You can read about FE Core's powerful laser test here. The laser test was over a distance of 25 miles. All atmospheric conditions and temperatures were taken, and there's nothing there that accounts for the fact that they were able to see the laser 25 miles away. 297 feet should have been hidden below the horizon. That's the height of a skyscraper, and FE Core filmed the laser at just 5 feet above the water. Exhibit 9, Salton Sea 18-mile sun reflection and laser test. Out of all of the tests that I've seen, this is probably my favorite so far. A group of researchers went to the Salton Sea in California and tested the curvature with both a laser and a sunset mirror flash. These tests were huge because the test was at a distance of 18 miles and you can see it all on video with multiple witnesses. Again, that's 18 miles shore to shore. As you can see here, they were able to see and film the reflection of the mirror that was 18 miles away from the camera. 155 feet should have been hidden. 155 feet. This minaret in Uzbekistan is 150 feet tall. According to the globe model, you would have to be standing on this minaret to see the reflection of the sunlight 18 miles away like that. In addition to the sun reflection test, they also conducted a laser test. Here is the laser from 18 miles. You can even see the reflection of the laser on the flat water. Do you think it's possible that the source of the laser and its reflection both selectively hopped over the curvature to present a false flat Earth? Exhibit 10. J. Tolan Media 1 Infrared Observations. J. Tolan Media 1 is a well-educated engineer who has been destroying the globe model with many infrared observations and other tests. Just look at these videos and photographs taken from an airplane at 30,000 feet. In some cases, he is viewing further than 500 miles with infrared. A complete impossibility under the globe model. All of his tests and observations are indicating a flat Earth, and it's simply beautiful what God has given us. Exhibit 11, Beyond Horizons website. Beyond Horizons is an flat Earth website, but it is a repository of record-breaking long-distance photographs on the surface of the Earth. There are dozens of globe-defined photographs on this website. Here's the record photograph of Peak Gaspard at a distance of 275 miles or 443 kilometers. With an observation height of 9,272 feet, the very top of Peak Gaspard at 12,730 feet should have been hidden 3,772 feet below the horizon. I literally could point to hundreds of these globe-defined photographs and videos. Based on the evidence, I think that any reasonable person watching this would understand that we see too far. And if you want more photographic and video evidence, go to my YouTube channel, Taboo Conspiracy 2, because this was just a sampling of the many proofs that we see too far. But let's move on to some of the other major proofs of the flat Earth, because it doesn't end with just these optical and laser measurements. Exhibit 12, Airplanes and Gyroscopes. Now that we understand that the globe model requires that the Earth drop away at 8 inches per mile squared, shouldn't airplanes have to continually dip their noses to account for this drastic change? Think about a pilot who levels out and flies the airplane at 500 miles per hour for just 10 minutes. That would require a correction of roughly 4,630 feet after just 10 minutes. Pilots would unquestionably know of this curvature correction, but it doesn't exist. Pilots don't have to dip their nose to correct for the curvature, regardless of the speed or altitude of the airplane. No pilot makes this adjustment. Pilots fly over a flat and stationary Earth. Furthermore, the sensitive mechanical gyroscope in the airplane, which retains rigidity in space, indicates neither curvature nor rotation of the Earth. Gyroscopes also prove a flat and stationary Earth. Exhibit 13, Guglielmo Marconi. On December 12, 1901, Guglielmo Marconi received a radio transmission across the Atlantic Ocean at a distance of 2,135 miles. A lot of people told Marconi that it was impossible to send a radio signal that far due to the alleged curvature of the Earth. In fact, under the globe model, those skeptics were right, as there would be a curvature drop of 527 miles over that distance. A drop of 527 miles is huge. Do you think that radio signals traveling at the speed of light can jump a curvature that size? The distances of radio transmissions have gotten much further since Marconi, again proving there is no curvature. Every time no curvature is proven through actual experimentation, mainstream science counters with imaginary, new reasons why the Earth only appears to be flat. Due to Marconi, the ionosphere was imagined and created. Exhibit 14, Nicobine. Nicobine was a VHF, that's very high frequency radio targeting system used by German bombers in World War II. Nicobine was a line of sight targeting system. For this example, there were two beams, one from Stolberg, located 443 miles away from the target, Derby, England. The second was from Cleve, 331 miles away from Derby. What's fascinating is that the leading government science advisor for Churchill, Frederick Lindemann, refused to believe that there was such a beam due to the curvature of the Earth. The advisor was right. There should have been a major problem with the curvature, as VHF beams do not allegedly wrap around the curvature. It turns out that the Nicobine system did exist, and people lost their lives because Lindemann believed in the curvature. But the fact remains that Nicobine was a line-of-sight targeting system. Accordingly, Wikipedia and other websites claim that the German bombers remained within line of sight of the two beams. What's the problem then? There absolutely should not have been a line of sight with the bombers. With hidden heights at approximately 64,844 feet and 117,504 feet, there was no way for these Nicobine systems to have line of sight with bombers that only flew at 19,200 feet. The Nicobine targeting system proved there was no curvature. Exhibit 15, Loran C. Loran C was a naval positioning system used for decades, allegedly up to the 1990s. Essentially, it worked by two radio towers on the coast that would transmit radio waves across the ocean. The Loran system would use the difference in the timing of the radio signals to calculate the vessel's location. This system was highly accurate and is probably the same underlying application used today that is referred to as GPS. If you're looking at the map, you probably already see the problem. These stations, hundreds of miles apart, could be 1,000 miles away from the vessel, meaning these radio waves would have to have hopped a curvature up to 100 miles tall. The official explanation is that these radio waves traveling at the speed of light hug the surface of the Earth and wrap around the curvature, inexplicably jumping bulges of water and Earth dozens of miles tall. Does that sound believable to you? Wouldn't curvature hopping interfere with the location readings of the vessel? Like Marconi and Nicobine, Loran C is another proof of the flat Earth. One more point about Loran C. Look at this coverage map. Where is Loran missing? Remember that Loran was developed for the military. Did no one think it important to have location guidance for the navies in the southern hemisphere? The fact that Loran was missing in the south indicates that there was a problem with distances for southern vessels, which makes complete sense when viewed under a flat Earth map. The same applies for airplanes, which always lose their GPS signals in the oceans over the south, again evincing a flat Earth. Exhibit 16. The non-rotating atmosphere. At the equator, the ground is allegedly rotating at 1,037 miles per hour. Yet Felix Baumgartner took a balloon up to 128,000 feet above the surface, and it took him 2.5 hours to get that high. So, if the ground is rotating at 1,037 miles per hour, then Felix Baumgartner should have landed in the Pacific Ocean. As you are aware, Felix didn't land in the Pacific Ocean. He actually landed 44 miles east of his launch site. That's against the supposed rotation, and absolutely the wrong direction. Don't you think the rotation of the Earth should have affected Felix's jump? They want you to believe that as Felix rose up through the air, that the layers of the atmosphere continually sped up to keep up with the ground below. Does that make sense to you? I'm sorry, but the globe model is belied by fluid dynamics. Look at this volcanic plume. Although angled perpendicular to the surface, the volcanic plume is unaffected by any purported rotation of the ground below it. How could the upper layers of the plume keep up with the ground spinning at 1,000 miles per hour? It's asinine when you really think about it. From airplanes, to weather balloons, to hurricanes, to clouds in the sky, nothing is affected by any alleged rotation of the Earth. I really like this quote from physicist Dr. Carl Scheffer. But we know of no body, the parts of which have much less connection with each other than is the case with air. The air layer next to the Earth, really dragged along by the communicated motion, would not be able to communicate its motion to the layers above it, for the simple reason that it stands in no connection with them. These upper layers must therefore remain in their place, or which would signify the same thing, would apparently flow westward with the same rapidity with which the Earth is said to rotate to the east. Now, since a point on the equator, if the Earth rotates on its axis in a day, must move eastward at the rate of 1,250 feet a second, the air would similarly move 1,250 feet westward in a second, which would more than 10 times surpass the velocity of the most fearful hurricane. We cannot perceive the rotation of the Earth in any way. We cannot demonstrate it. There are no air currents which we can justly regard as, or even supposed to be, consequences of this rotation. These facts ought to be proof enough against the existence of a rotation of the Earth. Must it not appear almost absurd in us, preoccupied by what they have taught us in school, to accept a theory of the rotation of the Earth which neither is nor can be proven? Must we not wonder at the readiness of the learned of nearly the entire world, from the time of Copernicus and Kepler, to accept the conception of the rotation of the Earth, and then search afterwards now for nearly 3.5 centuries for arguments to maintain it, but of course without being able to find them? Exhibit 17. Snipers. Some may quickly counter that snipers account for the rotation of the Earth. The claim is nonsense, and many military professionals have declared the same. But more importantly, you can go online and read the actual sniper manuals for the Army Special Forces Sniper Training, Army Sniper Training, U.S. Navy SEAL Sniper Training, U.S. Army Special Operations, and the Marines. Despite popular belief, there is no sniper adjustment for the purported Coriolis effect. Again, a huge proof of the stationary Earth, and more proof that popular media has lied to us. Exhibit 18. The Antarctic Treaty. The Antarctic Treaty is an important proof of the flat Earth because it evinces an intentional and multinational effort to prevent people from determining what's beyond the 60th south parallel in Antarctica. In short, independent travel is not allowed or outside of the 60th south parallel, and that hides the flat Earth. Under the general concept of the flat Earth, Antarctica is the likely shoreline of the world's oceans. North is in the middle, south is in every direction towards the outside of the circle. You can see that here on this flat Earth map from 1587 from Urbano Monti and this 1892 Gleason map, both of which came out long before the Antarctic Treaty. Because of this, Antarctica is the one area that would prove the flat Earth model correct. Coincidentally, no independent travel is allowed below the 60th south parallel. This isn't a theory, it is a well-established fact. The Antarctic Treaty, its handbook, and its enforcement protocols, which have remained inviolate for 60 years, and include signatories like the US, North Korea, China, and the former Soviet Union, essentially ban any reasonable attempt to explore below the 60th south parallel under the guise of protecting the environment. Think of what has happened in the last 60 years. The Antarctic Treaty survived Vietnam and all of the Cold War, despite the claim that Antarctica is rich in minerals, including coal, oil, and uranium. Were the Soviets really that interested in protecting penguins and the environment? I think the Romanian people would have a hard time believing that about the Soviet Union. It's ludicrous. Yes, Romania ratified the Antarctic Treaty on September 15, 1971. Don't your alarm bells go off when you hear that this huge swath of land, which is also the highest continent in the world, is off limits to independent exploration by people like you and I? Yes, they will claim you can independently go, but they are lying. The amount of red tape and other intentional restrictions that you would have to jump through is impracticable, and they know it, and the borders of Antarctica are patrolled by all signatory nations. Of course, there are token explorations along the ice shelf, and there are a few destination spots that you are not allowed to venture from, but that entire section of the world is off limits to independent travel. This doesn't happen unless they are hiding something big from us. If you would like to know more on the subject, go and watch this video I made. You can find it on the Globebusters channel. So telling we flat earthers to take a picture of the edge or the dome, if there is any, is a ruse, because nobody is allowed to independently travel below the 60th south parallel, and that fact is proof of the flat Earth. Exhibit 19. Lack of north-south circumnavigation. East-west circumnavigation is very possible on the flat Earth, but what isn't possible on the flat Earth is north-south circumnavigation. In particular, under the generally accepted flat Earth model, it appears as though you can't, for example, fly from the tip of South America, traverse Antarctica, and then make your way up to Australia or South Africa. That would be the shortest route. So guess what doesn't happen in real life? North-south circumnavigation. Below the 60th south parallel is completely devoid of all flights, and the vast majority of southern hemisphere flights first go to the northern hemisphere before traveling back down to the southern hemisphere. The routes are a joke. There are a few who claim they have completed a north-south circumnavigation trek, but the claims are ludicrous, most often referring to flights that turn around once they get to Antarctica and full of other fraudulent indices. Hundreds of thousands of flights east-west, and only a few highly questionable north-south circumnavigation claims. Come on, alarm bells should be going off because this wouldn't happen on a globe. Exhibit 20, the eclipse. The lunar eclipse is very often raised as the key proof of the globe, but it actually doesn't help the heliocentric cause at all. First, there's the well-documented Selenelian. This is video of one that happened on January 20th, 2019. There's the lunar eclipse above the horizon, and there's the sun above the horizon. A Selenelian is where a lunar eclipse occurs when both the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, which means there is no alleged Earth between the sun and the moon that could cause a shadow on the moon. That's geometrically impossible, and the official explanation of refraction is ludicrous as it causes a cascade of problems with other actual observations. Next, the shape of the eclipse is wrong. A shadow of a sphere on a sphere does not make a curve like this. You just have to think about it. A curve on a curve is distorted. Third, the color a lunar eclipse produces is reddish. Can you produce a red shadow here on Earth? No, it's impossible, and again, the official explanation regarding sunsets and sunrises on Earth appearing on the moon is shockingly ridiculous. Finally, very often the lunar eclipse comes from the wrong direction, like in this video. Under the official model, the shadow should always come from the bottom and rise up. Instead, you'll often have lunar eclipse shadows come from top to bottom, again belying the globe model. The solar eclipse is a strong proof of the flat Earth. First, notice that the sun and the moon are the same size. That's a statistical impossibility under the globe model. Now look at the size of the shadow. The moon is supposed to have a diameter of 2,159 miles. Then why is the shadow of the moon only 70 miles across during a solar eclipse? These are all proofs that the sun and the moon are much more local than claimed. Exhibit 21. No photos of Earth from space. Another huge proof of the flat Earth is that there are no photos of the Earth from space. Here's the 2002 blue marble image created by Robert Simon from NASA. It looks real, right? But it's not real, and NASA says so. I can't say this with enough emphasis. This is an admitted fake. A NASA employee wrapped a flat map of the Earth. Let me repeat that. He wrapped a flat map, not photographs. He wrapped a flat map of the Earth around a cartoon ball and added surfaces, clouds, and oceans to match what people think the Earth looks like. You don't believe me? Well, let's look at this NASA article about Robert Simon, who created the 2002 blue marble image. Here's the first interesting admission from NASA. The last time anyone took a photograph from Earth above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of a globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. Of course, the moon landings were fake, and so the 1972 photograph was fake. You can tell it's a painting when you actually look at it. But this is NASA admitting that there were no photographs of the Earth like this from 1972 until 2015. Without question, all of the so-called pictures of Earth from space for 43 years that you were brought up to believe in were only artist renditions and other fake images from NASA, and that's why NASA always uses the word image instead of photograph. That's pretty alarming. But this is the more interesting admission. Then we wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how the Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. Simon wrapped a flat map, created from data, not photographs, around a ball, and made up the rest with computer graphics to match people's expectations. Seriously, that's just propaganda. How many posters of this image hang on walls of classrooms across the world? Here, you can buy it on Amazon. Don't you think it should include the warning? This is a purely phony image created by NASA employee Robert Simon that was fabricated to match your expectations of what you think the Earth looks like. So, maybe 1 billion people have seen this blue marble image of Earth, believing it's real, when it is composed of a flat map wrapped around a ball with other fakery added. Isn't that disconcerting for the honest, objective truth seeker? After the admitted 2002 Blue Marble fakery, NASA claims that they took an actual photograph of the Earth from space in July 2015. That's the first alleged photograph in 43 years. Here it is. Does this alleged 2015 photograph look much different than the admitted fake image of 2002? As we already saw, NASA artists can admittedly create fake images of the Earth that look real to everyone, and that's a fact. Shouldn't you now be a bit skeptical? Instead of spending $340 million on this alleged 2015 photograph, NASA could have just had another NASA employee recreate the 2002 image with a few different clouds and shading, and no one would know the difference, and NASA could pocket the rest. As a different example, if a forger created an admitted fake painting from Van Gogh and sold the perfect but fake Van Gogh for $1,000, that would be fine, right? As long as he's honest about it, I wouldn't have a problem. But then let's say this excellent forger claimed a decade later to have a real Van Gogh on sale for $50 million. Wouldn't you be a tad bit skeptical before purchasing it, especially if you had no way of verifying its authenticity? I would. But let's take a closer look at NASA's supposed 2015 photograph. Let's rotate it and zoom in. The word sex is spelled in the clouds. It's unmistakable. Some pervert at NASA thought that was awesome. This isn't cherry-picking one of 10,000 images. This is the first supposed photograph of Earth from space in 43 years, and it just so happens to have sex spelled in the clouds. Come on. Seems like Disney likes to put these types of hidden things to market its cartoons, like in The Lion King, for example. This was also an interesting quote from Wired magazine regarding phony space images. Images sure don't come straight out of space telescopes looking press release ready. Each visualization is the result of artists and planetary scientists collaborating to convert blips on a data readout into something that looks like a planet, all while remaining scientifically plausible. In other words, all of those space images you have on your walls are all imaginary constructs to only look plausible. Robert Simon created Blue Marble to match people's expectations. It sounds like that is the standard NASA policy. It's all propaganda. The next fallback for the globe supporter will be the Himawari satellite. You know, the satellite the globe supporters always boast is producing thousands of images of the Earth from space. I have to say this again. NASA already stated that it can wrap flat maps around a ball and make it look real. Himawari is just a step up in the software, as now weather radar on top of flat maps is just wrapped around a ball with an added night and day terminator line. Paul on the Plane has a great video exposing the fact that Himawari is just that, software that wraps flat weather radar maps onto a ball. That's it. The total lack of so-called pictures of Earth from space only proves that the globe and space are nothing but propaganda. Exhibit 22, the professionals. So, when I was introduced to the flat Earth, I immediately thought of the many professionals who would need to deal with the curvature of the Earth as part of their career. You know, snipers, surveyors, pilots, civil engineers, military guys, that kind of thing. We already talked about snipers, but the truth is that none of these professionals account for the curvature. There are many interviews now with airline pilots, military professionals, radar operators, missile operators, engineers, commercial surveyors, and many more, all stating that there is no accounting for the curvature or the Earth's rotation in any manner, not one bit. That's amazing, isn't it? So what proof do we have that we live on a rotating ball other than just faith and liars? Exhibit 23, the vacuum of space. They want you to believe that this Earth and its atmosphere are surrounded by a nearly endless vacuum that's more powerful than any vacuum that can be created here on Earth, and yet this vacuum is so weak that it can't remove our atmosphere. This is a fact. There's simply no possible way that an atmosphere can exist adjacent to a vacuum. Horror vacui. Nature abhors a vacuum. For example, this MIT professor is showing that once you have a gas exposed to a vacuum, that the gas will enter and fill the vacuum, but it's really just common sense. Here's a practical test by Dr. John D., who confirms the same. An atmosphere cannot exist adjacent to a vacuum. And as shown in the test, gravity doesn't fix the problem. You can just place the vacuum on top of the atmosphere, and it doesn't change the outcome, as the gas will flow straight up to the vacuum, and this is a minuscule vacuum when compared to the alleged vacuum of space. How do we know the official heliocentric model is false? Because we'd all be dead if it were true. Exhibit 24, high-altitude balloons. Some of the earliest high-altitude aeronauts confirmed the flat Earth. In 1931, Auguste Piccard reached an altitude of 51,775 feet, much higher than any plane you've been on. Piccard described the Earth as a flat disk with upturned edge. Around December 1933, Russian aeronauts reached an altitude of 11.8 miles, or 62,304 feet. The article reads, "Looking down, they tried in vain to detect any curvature of the Earth's horizon." No, you've never seen the curvature of the Earth from an airplane window. Fortunately, you don't have to be a death-defying aeronaut to see what's up there. What you're seeing right now is a video from 121,000 feet. I remember when I first saw this, I was just dumbfounded because it didn't match anything that I've watched before. Whenever you're shown a picture of a high-altitude balloon or even a high flight, you're shown something phony like this. This isn't once in a while, this is the standard. It turns out that these so-called curvature photos and videos were all shot with a fisheye or ultra-wide-angle lens to get this effect. That's a fact. The lens of the camera or the curvature of the window in the airplane is the supposed curvature. It's a curvature illusion. For all of our lives, we're inundated with supposed pictures from space. High-altitude balloons finally gave us a vision of what the Earth truly looks like from high up. Here's a great example of the standard deception. As you can see by the bent rope, the student's photo here was taken with a fisheye lens, and then the article falsely claimed it was the curvature. Do you see the deception? In addition to the flat horizon as shown at 128,000 feet, the Felix Baumgartner jump proves the flat Earth in another way. Here's where Felix entered the dangling capsule at maybe 10 feet. Notice where the horizon line is. Here's Felix at 128,000 feet. The horizon line should have dropped substantially. Instead, the horizon line is at the same exact spot, thus proving that the horizon does indeed rise to eye level, belying the globe model again. Exhibit 25. No space satellites. The common objection to the flat Earth is, what about satellites? Did you know that NASA has hundreds of these satellite balloons up in the air right now? I never knew these NASA satellites existed before flat Earth. Have you seen them? Google and many other companies have fleets of these balloons as well. Look up Project Loon. The fact that NASA and its subsidiaries hardly discuss these so-called satellites was a huge proof for me, because it evinces a deliberate effort to conceal the fact that space satellites don't exist, simply because they're not necessary. The whitewash of these balloon satellites is evidence that they are lying about space satellites. These high-altitude balloons can carry 8,000 pounds and include telescopes, radar equipment, communications equipment, internet, etc. Here's one that almost killed some people. Also, never mentioned is the fact that almost all of our alleged communications come from undersea cables and cell towers, not supposed satellites in space. Your cable and satellite radio do not come from space. What about the Hubble telescope? This is the Hubble telescope. It's called Sophia. One flat earther was able to get a NASA manager to admit on the phone that the images from Sophia were strangely being used as Hubble's images. Finally, look at these actual NASA videos of satellites. They are manifestly fake. Look at this one that was launched during a space shuttle mission. It's dangling from a wire. Yes, the graphics are getting better, but this one old video alone proves NASA is faking space. But we'll talk about that more tomorrow. There are so many more proofs of the flat Earth that we could discuss. Look up Airy's failure and Michelson-Morley's experiments that showing the Earth is stationary. Ask yourself how there is no worldwide change of stars if the Earth is on different sides of the Sun every 6 months, meaning under the official globe model, nighttime is pointed in opposite directions every 6 months, but there is no actual worldwide change of stars. Look at the moon and ask yourself, why are all of the craters perpendicular, and why there isn't one crater from a meteor that came in at an angle or horizontally, creating a chasm? Why do weather patterns and jet streams seem to fit so well on a flat Earth map? Why is there so much more life towards the alleged northern pole but so little life towards the supposed southern pole, when there shouldn't be any difference under the globe model? But my question to you is, what are you going to do now? Will you go back to your comfortable conformity like a good dog? Or do you have an unquenchable desire to know the truth? Dave McGowan made this poignant statement. But what if your own eyes and your innate, though suppressed, ability to think critically and independently tell you that what all the institutions of the state insist is true is actually a lie? What do you do then? Do you trust in your own cognitive abilities? Or do you blindly follow authority and pretend as though everything can be explained away? If your worldview will not allow you to believe what you can see with your own eyes, then the problem, it would appear, is with your worldview. So do you change that worldview, or do you live in denial? In closing, I want to answer the question of why the lie. Of course, they may be hiding land and resources from us. Essentially, the globe constitutes a psychological prison to keep we the cattle within our imaginary fences and under control. NASA makes $59.7 million a day. That's a day. To deceive us, and so there's certainly a financial motive. But I think the primary reason behind the lie is more spiritual, and found in this quote from the publication called Lucifer, the Light Bearer, that was written in 1887. We date from the 1st of January, 1601. This era is called the Era of Man, to distinguish it from the theological epoch that preceded it. In that epoch, the earth was supposed to be flat. The sun was its attendant light, revolving about it. Above was heaven, where God ruled supreme over all potentates and power. Below was the kingdom of the dead, hell, so taught the Bible. Then came the new astronomy. It demonstrated that the earth is a globe, revolving about the sun, that there is no up and down in space. Vanished the old heaven, vanished the old hell, the earth became the home of man, and when the modern cosmogony came, the Bible and the church, as infallible oracles, had to go, for they had taught that regarding the universe which was shown to be untrue in every particular. The heliocentric model was created to usher in the era of man, and remove God and the Bible from all cosmogony. It brought us such nonsense as the Big Bang and evolution. It removed biblical ideas of heaven above and hell below, and the salvation of mankind. Instead, you became an insignificant parasite that descended from primordial ooze. The globe lie worked, at least up until now. My brothers and sisters, this is an exciting time as we have a chance to break these chains that enslave us. However, we must set aside our petty differences and join together with all humility before God to bring His truth to humanity. The evil cabal keeps trying to divide us. Please don't let them do that. Please go out and share the truth with everyone, as it is left up to us. Thank you for this opportunity to speak here today, and I hope to meet all of you in person. My love to everyone. May the Lord bless you all. Thank you.